Here we go. You're live. We're live, Cole.
I'm alive.
2 nights in a row, 3 of the last 4. And it's November 22, 1963. Well, here we go. Okay, housekeeping details done. Welcome to the show, everyone, and it's going to be an amazing, it's going to be a mind-blowing show. Very, very important. Team Honey, big hugs right back at you. Kira and Jeremiah, love you back in the PEI, Big Canada. Love you so much. And who else is in here? There's P. Malloy, Jane Meyer. That I can't even. Mary Robinson.
Debbie, Eric.
And who's from Tennessee? First Begin. Hello, Charlie and Colleen from Tennessee.
Hello from Tennessee.
Justin's from Tennessee.
Tennessee.
Hello from Illinois. I don't know what that is. Illinois. That's Missy. And there's Dana and Darcy and Patty Cakes. Amy333, so much love right back at you.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's going fast now.
Going fast. Eric Reynolds, Judy.
Texas, New York.
Florida, Perth, Australia, Hanny Hoskins.
Yahweh 77
Newmarket,
from
Indianapolis, Colorado, Connecticut, going too fast. Buffalo, Missouri,
John
Ohio.
Simpson from Talladega Nights.
It's just
Seattle, Mississippi. You guys, this is so awesome that
It
you
is.
guys are from all over the world.
all over
really.
the world. Yeah.
Lots of Oh, we got Merida. Michael Curran from Merida.
Really? Merida, Yucatan? Yeah. Michael. Wow. Loving it. Loving
Georgia,
it.
Alberta, Canada. We know where that is. Kentucky, Minnesota, Michigan, Brighton, Ontario, Kentucky. I don't know why I'm using it.
Hi, Debbie.
New Jersey, Houston, Louisville.
It's just going so
Tennessee.
fast.
Is it getting cold out there, guys?
I hear the winds kicking up here.
Uh-oh.
This is the dry season. Don't know what that's all about.
That's weird.
And a rumble.
I don't know if I put everything away outside.
Yeah.
Children of the corn.
Children of the corn.
That's
Well, we accept everyone. So, and of course,
Colorado.
Children of the corn are good.
Texas.
Hollywood made it
Delaware,
evil.
Massachusetts. Nottingham, UK. Well, bless your heart.
Denmark.
It's pretty late. Denmark, Virginia, Minnesota, Alberta, Bethlehem, Pasadena.
Whoa.
There's lightning out
Big
there.
lightning too.
That's
Wow.
crazy. Super warm in Calgary. Are you having a Chinook? I know all about those Chinooks. You hear that?
Whoa. Did you guys hear that?
Thunder.
We haven't had rain here for
A long time.
6 weeks because
Yeah.
it's the end of the rainy season. So
That's really weird.
maybe 2 months. Yeah.
I did not put some stuff outside away.
Did you want to keep saying hi to everyone and I'll be right back?
Okay. Quebec, California. Mike Penny said, do not use emojis. This is not Mike Penny's. This is not Mike Penny's chat. You can use emojis. Is there a reason why we don't want to use emojis? I think I like them. Yeah, they add some sparkle, I think. Appreciate our teachings. Thank you so much, Hanny. God bless you both. Well, you guys are sweet. God bless us all. This is quite a journey that we're on. I hope we don't lose power. Sometimes with these little rainstorms we can. So hang in there. South California, Sunshine Coast, Queensland. Wow. Tampa and freezing in Tampa. What the heck's up with that? We got Mike, Mikola, this guy's crying for Justin to come back home. Yes. Yeah, we miss him dearly. We do. And Aaron. Paisley, we love you too. Team Honey, we love you so much. Rock and Cruise. Demerit. YouTube apparently gives you demerits. I don't know what those are for. Will they put us in jail at some point? Colleen, love your empathetic energy. You're so sweet. Wow, 333 in the chat. Woohoo! That's a lot. Please remember to hit the like button. I try to remember that. Let's see. Charlie's got a lot of really great stuff. He was so excited today. He ran outside and he had his little whiteboard and he was explaining it to me as I was furiously trying to get my cement work done on the fountain because it just needs to get finished, and there are time quotas, and I'm feeling a little pressure. So I was furiously trying to do that and watch what he was sharing, and what he was sharing was brilliant, and it's so wonderful because he's so passionate about it and he's trying to explain it, and he obviously has a more brilliant mind than I do. He catches on to things a little bit quicker, but when he explains them, and the beauty of what I do is I need him to simplify it for my brain. So there are many people who also need that. So I think that's a benefit, that he can, break it down into a form that my mind can digest. And I end up asking questions that actually inspires him to think in a different way, and then he gets more out of it. So it's a good team effort. So it's going to be really great to hear what he has to say tonight. Yeah, it'll be great. I wish we had more time because, and I say that, and it's probably going to be a 4-hour podcast, but if we had more time, there are so many other podcasts we'd like to do. It would just be, yeah, it would be time consuming, but it would be amazing if we could do that. Charlie's brain is super duper fast. Yeah. It thinks in such an interesting way. It really does. He's got a gift. Maria, Asher, Stacy, Jackie, Mark, Anthony, Santana. What a great name. Southern California. Wonderful. Tyler, Darlene, Betty Marone. It's always fun, when you see a name, you never know if you're pronouncing it properly, but you can make up your own. I'm having a conversation by myself right now, but I'm speaking to all of you, which is cool. Sandra, Lori, Ken, Linda Gurley. Marigold, what a great name. Yes. So 5 3/4. I don't know what that means. Hear him coming. Save me. 21 degrees in South Bend, Indiana. 21 degrees. I've been using the other system for so long. 21. Is that cold? Oh my goodness. Amy 333, we love you too. Laura from Liverpool. Here we go.
Mama, are you literally still just calling out people's names?
We had a bit of a conversation.
Good. Sorry for that. It seems to be settling down, so it seems
May
to
not
be pretty
amount to
darn good.
anything. That's good.
That's right. Looking pretty good. Okay, so welcome to the show. A bonus episode, but it really just came to me that with so many new people once again joining in, they may not know the wholeness of all of our teachings and all the work that we've done bringing the world to magnetism, which has been hidden from us, and it's everything. You're going to see this. It's absolutely everything. We live in they have taken the duality away in so many key areas, like life and death. They've only given us the option of death, which is this electricity and electrical world, which is your left brain. Your left brain is a circuit, is an electrical circuit that can blow fuses. That's why so many people blow fuses when you live out of that carnal left brain, which is godless. And I can say that both at a physical level and a metaphysical level, because physically, there's no way to enter into the third ventricle, which is that centermost, innermost part of you in your head. And that's where the optic thalamus is, known as the light of the world, and that is supposed to become illuminated, and that is the 13th cranial nerve. Optic thalamus, surrounded by the 12 cranial nerves, is the same symbolically as Jesus Christ, surrounded by the 12 apostles. The sun, surrounded by the 12 constellations. That's what this is all about. It's this journey to raise Christ consciousness, Christ energy within you to here. And this is where you live from here. And the captains of your vessel are God through Christ our Lord. I mean, it's perfection. It's perfection. And all the weight of the world is taken off of your shoulders and put on to the expanse of their shoulders. And they can handle all the weight in the world. They're the architects of this incredible creation. So this is the truth. And we've done so many podcasts on this. But again, a lot of people may not know it. And yet this information is everything. It's so important, and it's been hidden from us. So the title of the show is The True Nature of God's Creation on Earth. And this is the level truth about our flat Earth. And the Earth is indeed still stationary at the center of all things. You are the pinnacle of God's creation. There are no other worlds out there where anyone is more important than you or better than you. You're it.
Isn't it so exciting to be able to discover these things for ourselves, to actually go up high enough in a plane and have the view of a lifetime high enough.
That's right, Call. And every time we get higher, this is called perspective. Your perspective vision kicks in every single time we get higher.
And the ability to go anywhere in the world means we could go to the... look who we have here.
Mowgli.
Hi, Mowgli.
Mowgli Dogli, we love you, buddy.
I typed in the chat, open sesame.
Thanks so much for all your wonderful help over here again today, my friend. We love you so much.
I'm wearing a sweater and he's wearing nothing.
Yeah, and you're not really, you're a friend, but you're more like a son. You're a son.
Son friend.
Yeah.
Definitely our son.
Yeah, definitely. Every day that Eugene leaves, he says, okay, bye, super mom, super dad. And we go, bye, super son. So it's beautiful. Charlie, can you explain what you take from the 10 Commandments, please? I mean, I'll get into more of this when we jump back into the Bible. We're going to start with Genesis, Exodus, and Leviticus. Oh, we're going to tackle that nasty Leviticus. And yike, some rain.
Is it raining at your place, Eugene?
Oh yeah, it's funny because yesterday while I was walking the dogs, I saw some land that was being torn apart because it's so dry. And I was wondering, I wonder if the land ever calls for rain. I wonder if the mother ever asks and says it's about time, And then right after I thought that, it starts raining the next day. So.
Interesting.
Yes, well, the workers have a lot of supplies outside that they haven't put away because like clockwork in Mexico, it's again another 7.5 months without rain. So yeah, maybe don't rain. That would be better. We're not prepared for it. So with regard to the 10 Commandments, it's really difficult to say how, if they've been manipulated. I would think that they have been manipulated. There's confusion with them, certainly. I think what's more important than literally than the words at this point, which are confusing. is more of the fact that they're kept and stored within the Ark of the Covenant. And the Ark of the Covenant is what I was just describing earlier when we were talking about this centermost, innermost part of your head. So the cup of Christ is within you, it's within your head, it's from your throat to the third eye, to your third ventricle, the third ventricle of the brain. If you were to dissect the human skull and do a side profile, you would see the bird head of God, and that is the falcon of Horus, Horus falcon, because that bird is inside of you, because that's what the inner portion of your head looks like if you were to look at it in a cross section. So that is the chalice of Christ, and it literally looks like a chalice of Christ. And of course, Atlas, the 33rd vertebrae, acts as the base of the stem. So this is the base of the stem. Your brain stem is the stem of the goblet, and then the goblet is your third ventricle of the brain, with your temples being sort of the edge of the goblet, and then the sacred fluid, the sacred liquid within you is to raise Christ consciousness within you. And that's where, and just so everyone knows, this is where the Christian hymns come from, the ancient old traditions, and that's why it talks about it in the Bible. Jesus speaks of the parable of the 10 virgins, the 5 who are wise and the 5 who are unwise. And do you have oil in your lamp? Oil in your lamp is Christ in the Ark of the Covenant, is Jesus Christ, is the essence of Christ, your Christ consciousness, risen into the goblet of fire, the goblet of fire, Harry Potter. So you can see how, again, with all of the titles, we could go through all of them. Eugene knows it, them all as well. You can go through all of the titles of all of these books, Tolkien, C.S. Lewis, and the Harry Potter series, and they're all human physiology. They all relate to you. And when we talk about, you hear us use the term a lot, alchemy or alchemical. Alchemy is your inner science. And this is the real science, because as ML and Mike were repeating once again last night, as Tolkien said, as C.S. Lewis said, as all the greatest minds in history have all acknowledged, is that we are souls. We are souls or spirits having a physical experience. And a soul or a spirit is eternal. Magnetism is eternal. Electricity is a temporal wave. And we're going to get into all of this, the shape, all of this, and all of how it works. It's going to blow you away to see what's been kept from you, why the earth has to be level, why there is a firmament, and how everything functions. And you're just going to see, it's incredible that the whole world is gifted to you when you go to the right, when you cast thy net to the right. And that is a metaphor, an allegory for choosing God by going into the right hemisphere of your brain, which is 90% of your brain's capacity. That's why your left brain, which is the electrical circuit where your ego exists, that's why it's called the dime brain, because it's only 10%. And this is the tithing that Melchizedek and others within the pages of the Bible, Jesus even spoke to this as well. The real tithing of that, and remember, Jesus, the Bible, none of it speaks ever to a church collecting whatever this fee is. No, never, not once. It does not say you go to a church. It would never say that, because that is the antithesis of the message of the Bible. The problem in the Bible is always the church. Who do you think put Jesus to death? And it's never changed. The Romans of biblical time are the Phoenicians today, are the cabal today. Nothing has changed. They're the Phoenicians. They're the ones that have been in power and in control, and they're the devils. So it's casting our net to the right. And then here's the kicker. Your right brain is a magnetic field. Your left brain is an electrical circuit. And herein lies all of the answers versus all of the problems. So alchemy is a term, a metaphorical term for turning lead, which is Lower, all that means when you hear that lead into gold, all that means, or lead into silver, lead into gold, the precious metals, it just means lead is your lower vibration, your lower consciousness. This is when, hi, Tony, see Tony Wheel in the chat. Um, uh, so lead is a representation of your root or Muladhara chakra. It is the low energy that you keep within yourself. It is that is the ego. It is your left brain, and that's lead. And what you need to do is turn lead into gold, lead into silver and gold, these precious metals. Silver and gold is rising because silver is the mother, who is a scalar wave, magnetic wave, who always rises, and gold is God, and God is in the mercy seat. And where is the mercy seat? Again, you can just do this yourself. I'm gonna show this on the screen tonight as well. The true Ark of the Covenant, and I'm gonna have a wonderful passage with it from the book of Exodus. And this is God speaking to Moses, and Moses saying, God, I hear you, and you sound so close. Where are you? I'm right behind you. I'm right behind you in the mercy seat, speaking to you from between the two temples and right in the center of the cherubim. And that is where God exists, a little above us, right behind us. And that's why a true king or queen would never wear a crown. They would manifest a crown. They would magnetically create a crown, that seventh crown chakra above them. And the crown is not here. This is not the crown of your head. The crown is back here. And why is that again? Because a righteous man is a penitent man, and a penitent man is humble before God. So we understand God, and so we bow to the presence of our creator. And that's the only one that you take a knee to. You know, all these, that's why these rotten democrats were all kneeling left, right, and center to Black Lives Matter. All lives matter? All life matters? Yeah, and then everything just falls apart. So they're just such liars. They're despicable, rotten liars. And you're going to see what they've kept away from you, which is this higher truth. So
Penny emergency surgery for real?
Living your soul's dream, Mike Penny emergency surgery. Okay. So as we go through this,
Can we have any confirmation on that? I don't know.
well, Mike,
Emergency
back surgery. Wow. So yeah, so as anyone has any updates, any information, please share that with us in the chat. And I'm sure all of you right now are already inwardly sending Mike focused thought, focused prayer, focused love. Remember, prayer is not outward speech. I'm not against it, and especially when like Mike and ML, when they'll say a prayer at the end of the show, this is one or two that are attempting to manifest with
it's
30,000.
like food though for your soul. Like it really touches you when someone else or you pray out loud as well. It's a beautiful thing, but it isn't necessary for God.
No, so that's so again the trick here would be that in those cases which are focused thoughts for others, and you're sharing it with a large group of people, then an outward voice sharing. Yeah, but in terms of if you're praying to God to be able to help Mike, you know, that's why Jesus says, do not utter vain repetitions as the heathens do, for surely they have their reward, and their reward is that they're not heard.
Oh, I'm seeing it's not Mike Penny, but Penny from his channel. Well, let's send the love and light to Penny.
Okay, yeah, let's get that, and that's Mikola, thank you. Okay, and where did you see that was not Mike? Is that further up?
Yeah.
Okay, Marty Harrison, Marty saying, I'm seeing it is not Mike Penny, but Penny from his channel. Okay, so all of our thoughts and prayers and love and healing powers to Penny.
Okay. So yeah, the chat's on fire and it is not Mike Penny. Okay, well, sending our love and light to Penny. Yes.
Okay, yeah. So that's another good thing is very focused. So we need to know, yeah, who it is. Yeah,
And he said,
thank you,
"Please
Michelle.
pray for him." No, we're not sure. We'll wait for confirmation.
Yeah, we'll wait for confirmation on this, and then we'll get it right. So, okay, so with that, let's jump into the show, and there's going to be a lot of this tonight. Lots. Big board, middle board, small board. There's going to be lots and lots and lots going on here. So now, just before we start, I'm just going to see if Colleen and Eugene want to add anything just before we start. Because once I start, I just need to go a spell without interruption. So if you guys want to share anything, please do so now.
Share anything on?
Well, yeah, or especially the topic tonight, which you know what it is.
Maybe just some introductory stuff that, I mean, this is the golden egg, the golden apple. This is Humpty Dumpty. This is all the stories in one. This is Jack and Jill went up the hill and fetched the pail of water. This is El Dorado. So, and funny enough, we have El and Ra and El Dorado. This is the golden truth, or the golden door that you open and enter within. So yeah, just prefacing what Charlie's going to jump into.
It's an interesting question because when you guys talk about those things, which can be quite above many people's heads because they haven't done any research on it yet. But when you talk about we are electrical beings, there's an electrical circuit inside of us, and we need to become magnetic. And we don't really even know what magnetism is for many of us. And there, like Charlie keeps saying, there's not a lot of information out there about magnetism being taught to us in our lives. And we don't really bring it up in conversation much, other than a magnet we know we'll pick up nails and it'll pick up things, and it's really hard to pull it apart and it's fun to play with. But other than that, you don't get to experience much of magnetism. But we all know about electricity. We don't maybe know the machinations of it, but we know that if you stick your finger in a light socket, you're going to get burnt, electrified. There's all sorts of other things.
Well, again, let's just start with this. There are over 82 variations of diplomas and degrees relating to electricity, electrical engineering, and things to do with electricity. There's over 80 variations to that in the form of degrees or diplomas that you can get with electricity. There isn't one anywhere in the world with magnetism. And so you have to ask yourself the question, why? And then the next thing is that if everything is a duality, why is it with life and death we have no choice? Why do you think that on the most important thing of all, which would be living or dying, why is it that there's no choice? The only choice you have is sort of when and where kind of thing with God and his creation. But everything else is a duality, but you don't have a choice with living and dying. Or do you? And is this the greatest secret? Is this the greatest obfuscation that has ever existed?
So let's get excited about magnetism, because there's a really good chance
that you can live forever. And this is, of course, what we're going to show to you, prove to you, is that this is what Jesus Christ taught in the Bible, and that the passage, and this is in the book of Matthew, this is chapter 6, and this is from 6:25 to 6:34. In those final passages in the book of Matthew, chapter 6, 5 times Jesus says a variation of take no thought for your life. 5 physical wounds in Jesus before he finally passed in the physical and transmutated into the metaphysical eternally at the right-hand side of God. 5 physical senses. If you're existing, if you think that all you are is this meat suit, if you think that all you are is this physical body with your 5 physical senses, you're in trouble, because the 5 physical senses are ruled over by that moon goddess Sin, and she's emotion. She's the queen of emotion. And then you are an emotional beast or monster. And then this is where all the parables in the Bible are about killing the firstborn male of every household. The firstborn male of every household are these thoughts or these violent animal-like emotions that we all get inside of all of us, because it's all there. It's the potentiality is there in each and every one of us to become the carnal monster, beast, animal, dragon, snake, viper, hydra, or godlike, Christ-like, by casting thy net to the right. And cast thy net to the right to Jesus Christ is so simple. So simple. It's take no thought for your life. And this is where, when your thinking brain is the left brain, and we've already established tonight that your left brain is only 10% of the brain's capacity. This is why the Bible teaches, Old Testament, New Testament, the tithing, the 10% tithing, what you're supposed to tithe and what they've obfuscated out of the Bible. But this will all be shown. I guarantee you, this will all be shown. The tithing, the 10% tithing is your left brain, is your ego. You hand that to God and you say, I have no use for this ego because I love you. I trust in you. I am with you. I have no use for this. And God then takes the ego away in one fashion, and that is he removes temptation. It's what we talked about on the show last night. The removal of temptation means that there's no need for you to ever stray off the path that is straight and narrow. You stay on the path that is straight and narrow because God does not put temptation in front of you. And you only receive that. You only receive this lack of temptation by casting thy net to the right. And that is entering onto this path that is straight and narrow. And also, like we said last night, this is not just allegorical. This is literally the truth. When you start doing the work to become virtuous, righteous, just living the 7 heavenly virtues, being kind, your namesake, when you do this, the further you go, the straighter and the narrower the path becomes. So you literally and metaphorically cannot turn around because God is rewarding you. And you see how this plays hand in hand with no transgression, no temptations, because you're so far along the path that is straight and narrow. There's no need for temptation because you couldn't turn around anyway. So that's the symbology and literalization of becoming righteous. And so this is what it is. It just means take a deep breath, stop making decisions quickly, because that's what your left brain ego wants, because that's just bad habits. Stop. There's no such thing as time. If a person's waiting for your answer, if it's a teacher, who cares? Who cares? It's my schedule, not your schedule. I'm sovereign. Apparently you're not. So don't demand of me ever, teacher. Hey, teacher, leave them kids alone. Roger Waters and Pink Floyd again. They're the only one. I mean, Roger Hodgson and Supertramp. Roger with School and Logical Song attacked it as well. But
is Mike here?
Not tons of bands.
Apparently Mike and ML are having a podcast in about 30 minutes.
Great.
And Mike's okay. And it is Penny that
Okay.
has the issue. So
Okay.
we love you, Penny. And we love
Yeah.
you, Mike and ML.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Love all
Thanks
three
for
of
that
you.
clarification,
And
Nicola.
yeah, Penny, we're with you. We're with you.
Yeah.
Healing energies all over the place like crazy. So yeah, so you can see that no matter how far you want to go physically with any of this stuff, it all comes back to Jesus Christ and God. And you're going to see this tonight, that it's hand in hand. And this casting of the net to the right is latching on to Jesus as he rises. Now, just before we start, I know so many of you have heard me say this before. Let me say it again. These dark sayings of old and these ancient nursery rhymes that we call them, they're not for naught. These nursery rhymes and ancient sayings of old are all truisms. Truisms. These are truths that have stood the test of time because they're the truth.
Well, it's part of the lore, legend, and magic.
That's right.
that-
Traditions.
They're the breadcrumbs that we leave for ourselves that
Yeah.
we won't forget. They're little reminders.
Yeah. So we've done that in little poems and little songs, little nursery rhymes.
Ditties.
And so I want you to just focus for a sec on the sacred and elemental #1 truth of Mary had a little lamb. Mary had a little lamb, little lamb, little lamb. Mary had a little lamb whose fleece was white as snow. Okay, so the little lamb is Jesus Christ, of course, because Mary is the mother of Jesus. Mary is all of our mother. And so the little lamb, why would that be Jesus? Because he's the lamb-bus bred. He is the Lamb of God, and who rises to become the Lion King. And then why would his fleece be white as snow? Allegory. And fleece white as snow is virtue. And that's because Jesus was purely virtuous. And so everywhere that Mary went, that lamb was sure to go. Now, Mary, his mother, is the letter M, which is the 13th letter of the alphabet. There are 26 letters in the alphabet. She's 13 of 26. So that's the middle way, which is what Buddha taught, is the middle way. And if she's the middle, then she's the heart chakra, because that's 4 of 7 chakras. So she's right in the middle. And she also, with in terms of our physicality, the heart chakra is in the middle of us as well, from the Muladhara root all the way up to the highest in-body chakra, which is the 6th, and that is the third eye chakra. And then the crown is above, and it illuminates when we activate the optic thalamus, which is the light of the world. Once again, I know most of you know this, some don't. The optic thalamus, which is the very centermost, innermost chamber of you, which is known as the third ventricle of the brain. The optic thalamus is known in every culture, every ancient culture, and you even find this in Gray's Anatomy and all of the medical textbooks and encyclopedias that list off human physiology. They all refer to the optic thalamus as the light of the world. Now, who else do we refer to as the light of the world? Jesus. Jesus. And yeah, Yeshua. And this is where Yeshua, and this is where Christ consciousness has to rise to within you. And you do that by being kind, because Mother Mary is virtuous and she's so kind. And so she doesn't want you eating her creations. She is the God of this earth. And you're going to find this out when all of these books are finally released. About the truth of what Jesus taught and said in the New Testament. 777 books coming. Some say as many as 888 books coming. They're going to show you the full expanse of the true full expanse of what Jesus taught. And that was complete reverence to the mother. And then you're going to see this Catholic Church Trinity of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit, the Holy Ghost, is the mother, is the magnetic mother, Mary, who rises, who is the unifier of two worlds, because she rises from low to high. But for her to rise within us, we have to be righteous, because right now she's just covered up from taking so many blows, and she's hidden away, coiled up deep down inside of us in fear. And you have to remove the fear inside of you, and you have to remove the acts of evil inside of you, and you have to cast that net to the right and be righteous. So righteous is kind, just being kind. So being virtuous, being kind is the single most important thing that you can ever possibly do. Okay, great. So let's continue now. And the first thing I want to talk to you about, and I'm going to show you lots of images tonight, is a magnet. And that a magnet teaches us something very, very powerful, just if you play around with magnets and you learn. So for the sake of the experiment, traditionally, we look at magnets as those horseshoes. And that is just giving you the positive, the negative, the North Pole, the South Pole, the left and the right. They're just giving you the duality and a fork or a hook, these horseshoes. But in reality, magnets are most commonly found just in straight lines, and one end is magnetized positively and the other is negatively. So in terms of the diagram that I'm just going to quickly show you here, these are just two magnets, and So this is the beginning of a language. This is the beginning of math, of communication and mathematics. And so what we're learning here is that these are two magnets, and there's one and one. And so what we're going to do is basic mathematics. Now, in the Euclidean mathematical system, we know without fail, because we've been taught it, that 1 + 1 = 2. There's two separate objects. And because they're out there, because they're separate, because they're divided, scattered, leaderless, then there's two of them, because they don't align with one another. They don't merge with one another. They're separated, divided, which is a great allegory for what's going on in our world, in our lives. That in Euclidean mathematics, 1 + 1 = 2, but it's not. And how does magnetism and how do magnets prove this? If you unite by joining two magnets together so that the divide between them is gone and they're now solidly connected, and good luck trying to pull them apart, what do you get? There's only one response. There's only one situation, which is the same with the one. So there was a positive side and there was a negative side. And you string two together and you still only have one positive and one negative. So what magnetism teaches us, and you could have 3, 4, 5, you could go to infinity stringing magnets together in a line, and it's still only one positive and one negative. So do you see, magnetism destroys the basis to our mathematical system, which is the Euclidean mathematical system, which is 1 + 1 = 2. And
So-
why? Because that is left brain, scattered, divided, leaderless, separated, and we're apart. And so each are divided. And so there's one and another one and another one, 2,
Right.
3, 4.
So this is basically showing us that where we go one, we go all.
Yes.
This is showing us that 1 + 1 = 1, because we are all one.
And Roger Hodgson from Supertramp, has he put into his songs 1 + 1 = 1? You taught me. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. And Led Zeppelin wrote about this, and Pete Townsend from The Who wrote about this, and Peter Frampton wrote about this, and there's just so many artists wrote in their lyrics, you taught me 1 + 1 = 1. Who taught us? Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ taught you that when you get into alignment with God, and the only way you can do that is through magnetism. You can't through electricity. We're going to go through all of this. It's just going to blow you away. You're going to get angry for a while, and then you're going to let it go because you're going to be excited.
And it's okay.
It is okay to be angry because it's not fair and it's not fun to be
Just
lied
let
to.
it flow.
And let it go.
Flow through you, let it go.
So no matter how many magnets you string together, 1 + 1 = 1. So this is not small news. This means that there are two mathematical systems and that they've only taught you one. Living and dying. There are two choices, but they've only taught you one. Fuel sources, they've only taught you one. Temporary.
And Deplorable Island Girl, I said that earlier too. 1 is the loneliest number that you'll ever do, but it isn't.
Mhm.
1 is never lonely because you're never all alone.
No, because
Because
yeah,
all alone really is all one.
that's right. And so when Jesus connects to the Mother Mary, 1 and 1 is 1, and then Mother Mary, Jesus rise to God in heaven, and 1 + 1 + 1 is 1. The Holy Trinity is 1. That's why when you look at all the different symbols, the variations of the Holy Trinity, the symbol of the Trinity, it's always done in one sweeping motion. There's only one line that creates this triangular shape. It's one line. It's not a series of lines. It's one line to make that shape, because 1 + 1 + 1 is 1. And that is magnetic mathematics. And you have been taught Euclidean or electrical left brain, carnal, ego mathematics.
Which I never got. I wanted to understand it so
Yeah.
badly, but my brain didn't go there.
Yeah.
It's just like it just didn't go there. There was a repulsion versus an attraction
Yeah.
to math, that type of math.
There's no kid that struggles with geometry. Nobody struggles with geometry because you are geometry. You are a geometrical shape in a geometrical world, and it's in every single building block cell inside of you. Strand of DNA is geometry. This other shit is not inside of you. They're theories. All they have to do is zero out to be proven as real. Doesn't prove anything. Just means that you can add numbers and they'll come out to other numbers. That's all. It's just a working, practicing theory. And that's all that they've ever given you are theories. Okay, so that is the first place where I wanted to start tonight. And it is very, very, very important. Now, next, building block 101, serious stuff. Here we go. What is the symbol for eternity? Everybody knows this. Everybody knows this. Why is it horizontally, not vertically? Okay, some people use the vertical symbol, which is the eternal 8, but the ancient symbol for eternity is the horizontal. So this is really important. We're going to get back to this again and again and again throughout the show. But really quickly, I just want to draw attention to the fact that there are two planes of this inertia. There are two planes of our reality. One is the horizontal plane. The other is the vertical plane. V for vagina, H for the breath of God, okay? Upon the horizontal, God blowing the ether. How were we created? God blew life, blew the ether into us. God blew life into us. And so you have the horizontal and the vertical. Okay, now think about this for a sec. What does that create? If the two basic planes of inertia that exist in our reality, and it's true, that's all that exists, is a horizontal and a vertical line, horizontal and vertical planes, then our entire creation is a cross. Our entire creation is this fourfold nature of man. They've taught you that this is north, south, west, and east is what they've taught you. This is above, below, left, and right. Above, below, left, and right. Where do you want to be? Above and right. That's righteous. So you want to point your ship in that direction. Does that remind you of anything? We're going to go through this. We're going to destroy Einstein's theory of relativity and his famous equation of E equals mc squared, where energy is equal to mass times
Acceleration
force squared, and that this gives you this model right here, which by the way is casting thy net to the right. So they're laughing at you, they're making fun of you, and we're gonna absolutely destroy this. But so with a horizontal and a vertical plane, you get a cross. So everywhere you go in the night sky, everywhere you go symbolically, everywhere you go with our physiology, everywhere you go is Christ, Jesus Christ, Christ our Lord. And he's our backbone, backbone, because that's the spine. This is the shoulder, okay? The shoulder, the weight of the world, the truss, and then this is the spine. So it's remarkable, but I wanted to share that with you. Now, go back to this. Why is the symbol shown horizontally and not vertically? Because creation is a plane, which is horizontal. Why? Because we are on the vertical. We are on the vertical. Creation is on the horizontal. There's a difference, and there's a reason. So if in the beginning we were in singularity with God in heaven, then how do we get to this material plane with everything as a duality? We fell. And if we fall, then the very first thing God had to create for us is a base, a bottom. There has to be a base or a bottom, or else we just keep falling. So we need a plane to exist upon. And this is where you hear in science, especially in physics, the term the plane of inertia. The plane of inertia is planet Eartha. That's where they got it from. That's what it means. The plane of inertia is the planet Eartha, which makes the Earth the middle. What did Professor Tolkien call his creation? Middle Earth. And we're going to show you how everything is structured and how everything looks. And it's going to just show you how much Tolkien knew about real physics, about real math, about real science, and about real physiology. And that's why he called his creation Middle Earth. We exist upon the middle way, the middle plane, which is the mother. And so that's why the symbol for eternity, which is God's creation, is horizontally, because it is the plane of inertia on which we play the game. We play the game on this line. So what are we? We're vertical. So what does that mean? And you know this to be true. You know this to be true. We're either rising or we're falling. We are. And if you want to lie down horizontally to sleep, well, you have to lie on an alternative plane of inertia. So you create a bed. You're far better off just sleeping on the ground, because your spine responds much better to that with a tiny little roll behind your neck here. That's all you need. But they've got you sleeping on these big mattresses that are all spongy, and you sink and your back hurts when you wake up in the morning, because everything is a lie and they're doing everything to hurt you.
I think Eugene was sharing with me that the Koreans just have these little mats that they put on the floor, right, Eugene?
Definitely. They're very minimal, but also similar to what Charlie's saying, they like hard, almost like very thin, like you'll see like a little wooden slab that's cut out like that a bit, and then they just kind of put that there to keep your spine still. And I didn't realize that was like an ancient thing.
Yeah,
so cool.
And Colleen will tell you that that I sleep with just a scarf underneath my pillow.
It's almost like a
is
face
just a scarf.
cloth.
Yeah, and that's it. Yeah, exactly. That's about all you need. Now that would be way too thick for me. My neck and back could not take that level of thickness. Mine is only just like this.
It's like the Princess and the Pea.
So, okay, so another major breakthrough is that we are the vertical axis. So the two axes, horizontal and vertical, the mother and the father exist upon creation, which is the horizontal plane. We are the vertical, okay? Now, there are two of these eights. There's a lower eight and there's a higher eight on the horizontal axis, because of course there is heaven and hell. There's a duality. We've fallen into a duality. So there's a dual reality, which is very important. And the only way to be able to connect this lower eternal plane to the higher eternal plane is to rise. And you rise through this eternal eight again. Once again, it's always this eternal eight. And because that's a symbol of eternity, but we are on the vertical plane. That's why we stand tall. That's why we have a spine. That's why we stand upright. And upright is righteous. And so these are very, very important clues about the true nature of our creation, which I'm going to show you. You're going to actually see how all of this looks and what you really, really look like if you had any perspective to see it. So two planes. The creation is on the horizontal. We are vertical. We rise or we fall. And why do we fall, Bruce? So we can get back up. So we can get back up and try again. And who loves a trier? The Bible tells you God loves a trier. God loves a trier. I've had literalist Christians say to me that that's devil talk, saying that God loves a trier, but God does not love a trier. That's straight from the Bible. Wow, you must have missed that passage. And if your pastor or priest is not telling you that God loves the trier, maybe you need to go someplace else. And that would be within you. So it's crazy. Okay, so we're off to a fantastic start here. Now, if we take a look, so we'll just do this, we'll do this horizontal plane, the plane of inertia, and the symbol for eternity upon the horizontal. Okay, so if you look at this, what basic science likes to tell you is that what you're looking at here is 360 degrees. You're not, because as Colleen and I teach, the 8 is 2 Ouroboroses, the letter O and the letter Q. Okay, so if you look at it vertically, it's like Frosty the Snowman. Frosty the Snowman has to come alive with the Q. The Q has to transmutate the O into life. And then instead of having 2 separate worlds sundered from one another above and below, so this being the heaven of our reality, which is our head or our mind, and then this is hell, the physical body, they're separated. But when we rise magnetically, then we unify them. We make them one. And so then this is where we turn this into an actual 8, okay? So with an 8, there's no beginning and no end. But until you do that, what you really are just two O's. So each circle is how many degrees? You can do it. Go with me on this. It's the truth. 360 and 360. So this, what science teaches us, is 360 degrees. Wrong again. This is 720 degrees because it's 2 circles. The eternal 8 is 72, 3 days and 3 nights. 7 plus 2 is 9. Okay, but it gets better. Remember what I just showed you?
P.S. The world, WORLD, is 72.
Wow. Thank you for that. Okay, so, but this is not the whole of creation, is it? Because we've just shown you that there's 2 axes. This is the eternal plane of inertia, of which planet Eartha is the plane of inertia. So it means Earth is eternal. It's never going away. It's never going to blow up. It's never going to be without a power source. It's never going to run out of this or that. They're lying to you about everything. Don't be afraid, ever. God created this forever because there is no such thing as linear time, which I'm going to destroy again tonight through magnetism, because magnetism, there is no time. It's perpetual. And I don't want to get too ahead of myself, but the law of thermodynamics and the concept of entropy, right? Oh my God, they're just
the breaking down of.
They're just lying to you left, right, and center. Magnetism is nothing in, everything out. That's eternal, okay? It's eternal. It's eternal. You don't have to put anything in and you get everything out. Electrical world, you need fuel. You need more and more fuel, which could run out and they have to charge for it. So the left brain electrical world, charge, meters.
Recharge.
Fear could run out. We need another source. We're running out of this, we're running out of that. We need to find some. Magnetism, once a magnetic field is on, it's on forever. You never need to maintain it. It never stops. You don't have to pause and clean it or anything like that. Once it's on, it's a magnetic field forever. And it's free. You're gonna love this because you're gonna see where 0 point energy comes from, what they mean. No one's told you what 0 point energy means. I'm gonna show you what 0 point energy means. Okay, so this is 2 360s, but that's just the horizontal. I said to you that there are 2 axes, and that's the cross of our nature, the fourfold nature. So in the center between the mother and the father, where X marks the spot where the mother and the father intersect with one another, in that X that is created, X always marks the spot to the treasure of this world. That's you. That's us. That's your children. That's all of us. We are the treasure of this world. And the treasure is always represented by this circle, and it has an X through it. X marks the spot, and the circle is signifying this center creation. We are the center creation. Do you get it now? Why the earth is at the center of all creation and all other things spin around us? That's where we are. This is all other things. This is all other things. This is God's creation. We're at the very center where X marks the spot. We are the highest treasure. All of his creations are treasure, but we are the pinnacle of his treasure. We're the highest form of the treasure. And that's gold. And we're living like lead bums in the slums. And that's crazy. So there's another Taurus field, of course, which is us. We are above and below. We're a Taurus field. So what you have to do is create another sine wave and then return the sine wave to create the eternal A. Does that look like a flower? Is that starting to look like a flower? It is. It is. This is the beginning basis to the dodecahedron and excuse me, and the flower of life. This is great stuff. I could go on with this forever.
We know.
Oh, thank you, Angel. So they're lying to you. And 720, you're going to love this. Can any of you do math quickly? You're going to love where this goes because 720 isn't correct. 360, what they teach us, is not correct. And 720 is not correct because now we have 4 circles. Every circle is 360 degrees. So you've got 360, 360, 360, and 360. What is 4? You're going to love this. What's 4 times 360? Anyone? 1,440. In gematria, we don't count the zeros. So if you took the 0 away, what do you have? 144. How many people did Bilbo Baggins invite to his 111th 111, which by the way is the frequency of God's creation. Creation is 111 hertz. Now, the frequency of the earth, of the whole function of the earth, is 432 hertz, right? And that's what we always had with our music, is 432 hertz. It occurs naturally because it's magnetism. I'm going to show you how we get to this as well. It's beautiful. It's just that's what magnetism creates, is 432 hertz. It's amazing. Magnetism creates naturally 144 and it creates 432. It's just a miracle. It's beautiful. This is not random cold universe. This is warm, loving creator. This is elegant design beyond description is what we're talking about. The music industry changed this with classical music back in the mid to late 1800s, and they created this. They created this 440 hertz, and 440 comes off as disconnected, disharmonized, and it's unsettling. 432 is the natural flow, vibration of the earth, the function of the earth, and so it's natural and it heals us. So 432 hertz heals, 440 leaves you feeling discombobulated. So it keeps you unbalanced, imbalanced. Imbalanced is their goal. It's what they do. It's why the CIA lies to you, because they just want to confuse you, because confusion is imbalance. That's the goal, is balance. That's balance, and they want you imbalanced, so they lie to you. So isn't this a miracle stuff? So at Bilbo Baggins' birthday party, Bilbo was 111 years old, and Frodo was 33 years old. The journey of man, because we have 33 vertebrae. Jesus lived for 33 years because there's 33 vertebrae in our spine. The journey up out of the physical body ruled by your 5 physical senses into the head and into our 6 and 7 senses, which are intuition and telepathy. Telepathy, communicating with God without words. in all moments, intuition, always knowing what's right and what's good for us, good for our DNA, always is that intuition. And these are the 6 and 7 senses, but they only occur when you rise, rise above the blood-brain barrier, cross the
Talk
fiction.
a little bit more about 144.
So 111 is the age of Bilbo. Frodo is 33. Add them together. You can do it. Go with me. Tolkien, do you think he knew a thing or two? 33 plus 111? Yep. 144. What does the Bible teach? The Bible says that the 144, the mark of the 144,000 are the chosen ones. And so we have a religion, which is the, which religion teaches, what are they again? Because I flush all of this bullshit. So it's hard for me to pull it back in because I let, that's right, I let it all go. So which is that religion that says there's 144,000? Not the Mormons.
No, this.
Jehovah Witnesses. Okay. Jehovah Witnesses. And so you have to wait until, space is cleared and then you can go in. No. God doesn't do that. No. There's no limit. It's not a limit. It's not a cap. It's a frequency. You have to get to the frequency of the 144,000. How do you get to the frequency of 144? I just showed you. Be in alignment with creation, God's creation. There is the vertical axis, and which is us, and there's the horizontal axis, which is the plane of inertia, which is the planet Earth, which we stand on, Middle Earth. And when you stand upright upon the Middle Earth and rise, you become one of the 144,000. You become one of the chosen ones. How else do you get 144? 12 times 12 equals 144,000. Yep. Completion times completion of the physical with the metaphysical is 144,000. You wear the mark of the 144 upon your brow when you've done the work, when you've ascended to heaven upon earth. And you can only do that when Mary's little lamb follows her to heaven.
And now 1 plus 4 plus 4
equals 9. Start looking at all these numbers here. 360, 3 plus 6 equals 9. 432 equals 9. 144, 9. And then we said 720, 720, 9. 9, because 9 is divine. Okay. So when you think about creation, see, they don't teach this. I just taught you this. This is the truth. You know that this is the truth because it is the truth. It is the way. And you can see this in plain sight. It's common sense. You exist upon the plane. So it's not 360 degrees. It's not 720 degrees. It's 1440 degrees. And that's the frequency that the Bible teaches you, that you wear the mark of the perfect Lamb upon your brow and you're going to heaven. Yes, you are. That's all you have to do. 144,000, the mark of 144. Incredible, right? Incredible. So this structure, this creation here, this flower is the truth, because Mother Nature doesn't create anything but the truth. All you ever have to do is look at nature. So Colleen loves the fact, for example, that when we learn that creatures like dragonflies or bees, they're not flying. What are they doing? Paul?
They're hovering. Well, they're hovering.
They're hovering. They're hovercrafts. They're hovercrafts. How do they do this?
Maglev.
But science doesn't, well, we sort of think.
They create with their wings or they're humming, whatever sound frequencies coming from their wings creates a certain resonance, which is levitating them. I just one thing popped into my head. Put this down. ADD. Which is the word add, or to stand for attention deficit disorder, but it's add, exactly, 144.
And if you continue with addition, so ions are your essence, and the single I, that's what the I is. The single I has to be on.
Add it.
So add
Ion.
it on. Add the single I on, and you get 144 frequency.
And it's the cross too, the addition sign, whereas the multiplication sign is God in action, or as Charlie showed you, the X in the middle.
It's all connected. It's just like you just get to connect the dots with all of this stuff, and and the light goes on, and you're just like,
The symbol,
it's starting to
this-
make sense.
the symbol for add is a cross. It's not a minus. And a cross is to the right and a minus is to the
And a
left.
cross is, as we know in religion, is crucifixion. And crucifixion, as we've learned now through these ancient texts, that is to charge 1,000-fold.
Right.
Which means to charge, which means to boost, means to give energy to, which means push through the blood-brain barrier. To
Magnetism instead of electricity. Nikola Tesla, we're going to get into this soon, but Nikola Tesla taught that electricity is a one-trick pony. That's why he didn't spend tons of time with electricity. It has its functions, but Tesla said electricity is a one-trick function or one-trick pony because it does one thing. It falls. And that's what these demons called gravity, the natural downward causation of electricity through the ether is what it does. And that's what they called gravity, is the downward causation of electricity. So you can't rise to heaven with electricity because electricity does one thing. And we're going to show this powerfully, how this all works, but it does one thing, it falls, okay? So you're seeing that the true nature of creation is a flower, like a flower in nature, see? And it has a center, just like all flowers do, in the center with the sweetest of fragrance and these tiny little hairs. So it's a head, isn't it? It is a head because these tiny little round centers in the middle of flowers have these, they call them various terms, but they're little hairs. And that's where the pollen collects upon them, hairy stamens. And so this is the head with the hair, and this is the head of you, and that's where you have to go. This is where all roads lead to, is you have to go to that innermost, centermost part of you, which is in that innermost, centermost part of your skull, of your head. And remember, in the Bible, Golgotha or Calvary, they both mean place of the skull or skull. Golgotha, skull, Calvary, place of the skull, skull. That's where Jesus went to be crucified, is to rise up into heaven, which is our head. Heave to the heap of the hearth in heaven, which is the head. Get it? H-E for he. Who is he? God. Where does God exist? In the breath of God, in the head, which you have to heave to get to the head. And you go from the heart below to the heart above, to the heaving, to the heap. What is the heap of the pile? That's the top heap. And that, where do we go to? We're going to the hearth. And what is a hearth? It's the word earth, which with an H in front of it. So when you breathe God upon the mother's creation, so when you take God within you, when you bring God's breath of life within you, then you become the hearth. And at Christmas time, let's draw a little picture here. What do we put on all of our hearths? And what does the hearth surround? It surrounds the fireplace, okay? So here's the fireplace, and there's your grill, the metal grill. And then you've got your beautiful...
It's really good at Pictionary.
You got your beautiful logs here. You got a wonderful fire. You got a wonderful fire going. You got some smoke going here. And then surrounding the actual fireplace is this structure. And this structure is the hearth. And at Christmas time, what do we put? Above here, we put a ring, don't we? We put a single eye.
A wreath.
A wreath. And what's the wreath made out of? Pine boughs, and it's decorated with what? Pine cones, and little cranberries. Okay, and that is symbolizing your holy haloed third eye. So you have a third eye above your fireplace, and on the fireplace, once again, are pine boughs decorated with pine cones, and then strings of lights, because that is the symbol of illumination. You are illuminated upon high on the hearth, and the hearth is above the fire. So what does the fire signify, Eugene? Hearth is symbolizing the...
Sorry, I was muted, but it's consciousness, it's the third eye, it's all the things combined, it's illumination. But at the same time, hearth is an anagram for earth, heart. And same with wreath is also earth, or ether, or Rhea, it's all there. So
wreath is earth through the womb of the mother and the father, because the womb only becomes, the womb is the vagina, but it becomes a womb when the father penetrates the mother and they become united as one. It's all about unity. Magnetism makes one. 1 + 1 is 1. In the electrical world, Euclidean mathematics, 1 + 1 is 2. It divides us. Don't you get it? It's separation. It's always, why do you think they chose that? Because it divides us. Magnetism unites us. See, it's why the mother.
You can't have capitalism if you don't have Euclidean math.
Exactly, you can't, because everything would just come up to one. There's no need for money at all, and there isn't at all. So I just want to show you this again. All of these words is based upon bringing God within you, head from the heart to the head. You have to heave to the heap, which is the hearth. And this symbolizes the baptism of fire, right? And hot air rises, and you go to this, which is that wreath of pine cones.
Don't forget the word heal.
Yeah, that's right. And so this is the magic. This is all just, perfect, a magnetic magic. I mean, it just truly is. Okay. So next thing that I want to show you here is that with magnetism, it's always based upon, and this is true, Eugene has studied this enough, he knows this as well, all the research that is ever, true research that's ever been done about magnetism always tells you that at the center of all magnetic fields is what? Is a small white light. At the center, go and look it up yourself. Don't take my word for it. Go and research it for yourself. Look for images or articles and research about magnetic fields. And there's some great stuff that's out there, incredible high-res images. And at the center of all magnetic fields is a single white dot. You can't make this stuff up. It's so perfect. So what is magnetism? And you see it in our creation here, because this is creation, the flower of life. At the center, all roads meet at the center of the X. And this is where you draw the circle. So this circle forever has been known as what? What circle is that, Eugene?
You're talking about the monadic circle that is magnetism, or is the source, or some people call it the Shiva point, or 0 point.
Yeah, Shiva point. So this is source. That's God. That's source. God is light. This is photon. At the center of all creation, this is the spark of life. And you can look at that all creation has a boundary. And that boundary is, of course, always a circle. And that's because you're going to see, because magnetism spreads out in a radial pattern. And the significance of a radial pattern is that no child is left behind. No one. So the next thing we know about magnetism is that there's no elitism. There's no separatism. There's no room for racial inequality with magnetism. Magnetism gives the same amount to every single angle of light, and angles are angels. And we're angels. We're God's angels. And so no one gets more. No one can have more magnetism than anyone else, because how does magnetism work? If electricity is a scalar, if electricity is a transverse wave, which is temporal, and I've said to you that magnetism is eternal, that's because the shape of a magnetic, it's not a wave, it's a pulse. And the shape of the magnetic pulse is the eternal 8. So there's no beginning, there's no end, and it just continues again and again and again. So how does magnetism present itself in creation? It does this. From the center of a magnetic field, it creates a radial pattern. What is a radial pattern? It is a circle. It means that these arms or radials go in a 360-degree circumference, meaning that no one gets left behind. No one can ever be without magnetism, that no one can have more magnetism than anybody else. In other words, magnetism is equality. And where we go one call,
We go all.
we go all.
All.
Why do you think Donald Trump's slogan, 45, Cyrus 45, Trump 45, why is his slogan MAGA? Magnetism, God.
God.
Magnetism of God. MAGA. Make America great again. How are you going to make America great again?
God.
Free energy. Free energy, where the power is in the hands of the people equally. No one can accumulate more magnetism than anybody else. You get it? You get it? No one in the future can store up more magnetism than anybody else and start selling it to the poor people that just, they don't know how to use magnetism correctly. So they only get a small amount of magnetism. No, magnetism is on forever, and it goes out in a radial pattern, which means that there's no elitism with God. Space is not out there that only rich people can go to in these trillion-dollar crafts. It's in you, where you go for free. So as I like to say, you are the most expensive galaxy-class star cruiser that's ever been created. You're Captain Kirk. You're Captain Picard. Jean-Luc, Jesus or Lucifer, you choose. JL, that's why he was, JL, because that's what Picard had to choose. And that's what the 7 seasons of Star Trek, and that's why the character of Q, you don't think Roddenberry is completely all in with the white hats? He creates the character Q. And Q constantly challenges Picard to get out of his effing left brain and stop being a Starfleet officer that just obeys rules. And sometimes you have to break the rules, break the law to do what's right. To do what's right, Jean-Luc. Jean-Luc, JL.
So he was being tempted. He was being
constantly
pushed by Q to grow.
Yeah.
And Q had, what kind of powers did Q have?
He had unlimited powers. He could.
And he got bored, didn't he? So he used to play naughty games, naughty.
Because in our fallen forms, we take our ridiculous nature seriously, and you should not take your left brain ego seriously.
But the
we
Q
do.
character was trying to teach Jean-Luc Picard and those around him
To break the rules and go your own way, which is the right way. So if a situation presents itself, and this is where
to think higher, to be a higher thinker.
And in season 7, late in season 7, now who was the female lieutenant? Something Rowe. What was
Oh,
her?
I don't remember.
Okay, do you want to just quickly search it there?
Lieutenant Rowe.
Lieutenant Rowe, and she was so strong-willed, so strong-powered, and there was this dispute between on this one planet. There was this dispute between two cultures, and Starfleet was essentially ordered to create peace and force these rebels to stop fighting, and that they would seek some kind of solution. But these other people thought themselves superior, and this other culture was being wiped out. So when Lieutenant Rowe was asked, she was asked to go undercover with this particular group and learn their ways. And what ended up happening, she became one of them. And she ended up, in the episode, she ended up leaving Starfleet for good because she had to do what was right. Not what her orders were, but what was right. And what was incredible about that episode is at the end of the episode, Picard was furious with her. Picard was furious with her, and he just said, you know, we're Starfleet officers, and we stand for something, you know, higher than just random actions. She said, no, Jean-Luc, we stand for right versus wrong. And she nailed him, and Picard was Lucifer. Roe Lauren, yeah.
Ensign Rowe.
Ensign Roe Lauren. And
bless her heart.
Bless her heart. She was actually right. And so when Colleen and I saw it, we said, Q has got to be on the next episode or right around the corner, because Picard had just sunk to his lowest in 7 years as captain of the Enterprise by not standing for what was right. He knew, it was so clear. Roddenberry created that episode. It was so clear that this group was in the right, but Starfleet orders were you know, against this group, and that was wrong. And you don't do what's wrong because those are your orders. You always cast thy net to the right. So it's powerful allegories, and the symbology just simply cannot be missed here. So brilliant stuff. So what we know about magnetism, the next thing about magnetism is that there's no racism at all. There's no separatism at all. There's no elitism allowed with magnetism. Everyone gets an equal share. And moving forward, no one can have more magnetism than anyone else. It's an equalizing factor. Okay, now you're going to love this next point. At the center of every field is this circle of white light. Okay. This is always, in every culture, always known as zero. It is. This is the zero. This is the 0 point.
0 point what? Where have we heard that before? 0 point energy?
0 point energy is the center, which is the God, which is the spark of all life, is the center of all magnetic fields, which is white God photonic light, and it's called 0 point. Don't take my word for it. Go look it up. Every ancient culture called these centers of magnetic fields 0 point. This is what 0 point means. So moving forward, we're going to have free energy with 0 point energy. Okay. How does magnetism function as part of a system on Earth? Okay, so I've shown you that there are two axes, the vertical and the horizontal, the X and the Y axis. It creates a cross, and this is the fourfold nature of man. So this is the head in heaven, and this is the torso in hell. And again, you have the left path, which is wrong, and you have the right path, which is right. And that's the symbology of this. And then magnetism is non-elitist because it pulsates out, pulse, gentle, purple rain. Magnetic is cool, cold fusion. We're going to get into this. This is cold fusion. This is cold fusion. And this is purple rain, and this is the gentle pulsating of these radial waves. where no child is left behind, no one gets more than anybody else, is perfectly equal. Does that not make sense? Is this not a system you want to be part of? Okay, so how does this all work? This is going to blow you away. This is us. This is the earth. So if we look at the earth has to be a circle, because all of God's creation is a circle. And that's, okay, go ahead, Carl.
I was just going to say, for all of you who maybe are having trouble following this, like Grandma Barb asked, it's okay. You're here for a reason, and all of this may not make sense right now, but little by little, as Charlie teaches more and you go back and other people are teaching you things all the time, and your mind is open and God's giving you all this information, it will start to slowly make sense. It's going to take some time. It's just like anything. It's the beginning stages. So
And
be patient with yourself, and it's okay.
These are permanent resources, that this will always be somewhere. This is being recorded.
So you can go back, and it's like all the books that we reread, or the movies that we rewatch, because there's something new all the time to be discovered as our consciousness changes, and then we can understand a little bit more. We glean more information every time we see something. So don't be discouraged. It's okay. And ask lots of questions. And if people in the chat can't answer them, then we'll have Q&A and you can ask them to us then. And hopefully we'll just disclose all of that information as Charlie keeps sharing his gnosis. So hang in there. Go the distance. Go ahead, Ben.
Okay, so the very nature of magnetism is dualistic, by the way, as well. Magnetism has a positive and a negative, because magnetism is whole. Magnetism is the whole system. So when they teach us that we live in a reality that is created through electromagnetism, isn't that great? Isn't that classic that they would put the 10% ahead of the 90%? That they put, the word is electromagnetism, not magnetoelectrism, right? It's not magnetic electrical, it is electromagnetic. I mean, it's just classic. It's hilarious, because magnetism is a million times, it's more than that. It's infinite. It's infinitely more powerful than electricity, but they put electricity first. So this EM is ME. Dark to light, think mirror. Electromagnetism is ME. Now, what does Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita teach? 144 times. He talks about I am me, I am me, I am me, we are me. And the me is the magnetic electrical ether, me. And so magnetism comes first because it is the all-encompassing, all-powerful force. It's infinitely more powerful than electricity. So it's a magnetic electrical ether. Electricity is a one-trick pony. It's a downward causation. Magnetism is on forever, and it's the only thing that rises. And we have to get to heaven. How do you think we're going to get there? Okay? And magnetism is Mother Mary. M, magnetism. M, mother. M, mare, for the ocean, for the sea. M, Mary, for Mother Mary. It's all symbolized. It's 13 of 26 is the middle way. Okay? So with regard to creation, Eugene, what are you showing us here?
I was just showing you 13, M, 5 is E. So, ME is 18. So we get Chi, Kundalini, we get R, we get 18, which is radiation. That's why it's the only rhotic letter ever that you will go, and that's pulsing. No other letter does that. Whereas L is like, electricity arc. So it's and then L is like the same, but R goes, yeah, keep going.
Yeah, and it's so true. And when you listen to people who are really good at speaking in Latin languages, like Spanish, the R rolls off of their tongue. That's right, because that is the ether. And it's the M, by the way, because you're going to see this in magnet, which is 10 gamma. 10 gamma is magnet. Dark to light, think mirror. Okay, so what is the creation of the earth? We know that the earth is a circle. So the the Earth is in the middle. So I'm going to represent the Earth with red rock and red soil with a red line. And this is what is known as the plane of inertia. This is the plane of inertia. Poe, Edgar Allan Poe. Plane of inertia, which is the planet Eartha. The planet Eartha is the plane of inertia, and it's in the middle of creation. Okay, now the Earth is also, if we look at this from a bird's eye view, then the Earth is round, so therefore it has a center. So you see, we don't have a north and a south pole. With magnetism, there is a beginning and then there's a system for all energy to return. So basically there is a north and then a system for everything to return home. So there's only a north pole, okay? And the north pole is misleading because north implies that there's a south or that there's two poles, division. Once again, division, two poles, north, south, and one side is upside down. Division, division, division. It's all lies.
However, duality and magnetism has two poles, positive, negative.
Positive, negative. But then you see, that's because we're gifted free will and you have a choice to make, positive or negative. That's why the poles in magnetism are positive or negative. You choose. You choose what you draw into your life. You have a high vibration, a higher energy, you're positive all the time. You attract. The law of attraction is magnetism. They don't teach you that, but that's what the law of attraction is. And when you have a high vibration, you attract high vibratory responses. You attract abundance. When you have a low vibration, you attract lack. You attract problems. And that's why their system is designed to piss you off. That's why with consumer goods, they have, every company has departments that before products are finished, there's a department and all of these major corporations to take these finished products and make them cheaper, to create problems, to make them worse. They still have to work. They have to function. But what they're looking to do is how can we make this break down as much as possible, or how can we create confusion? So the layout on just things like, your remote control and stuff, and every year it just gets smaller and stupider, and it's hard to move your thumb around, and you're touching the wrong button all the time. It's like, who made this shit? Are these stupid people? No, they're evil people. Everything that they do is evil. Design.
Remember, evil is just the opposite
of live. They're not living, they're dying. They don't want to meet God.
So we become Death Eaters, and then everything becomes complicated, and we want to complicate everything because we see everything upside down.
That's right.
Because we're seeing it from our left side, which is a mirror.
Okay, so the truth is that there is no separation between this north and south. There's only one. That's what magnetism, 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 = 1. So there's only a north pole, but north is misleading. So it's not the North Pole and the North Star. It's the center pole and the center star.
Important word change.
Right there. And that is Mount Meru. MM. 13, 13. 13 + 13 = 26. A to Z. Mount Meru, beginning and end. This is it. This is. And
Alpha Omega.
Nobody goes there. Oh, Charlie, don't be so silly, Charlie. They've got a live camera. They got a live camera from the North Pole. I'm looking at it right now. And it's on this little Arctic island. It's on this little Arctic. And you wouldn't want to go there, Charlie. I've seen the pictures. They're lying to you. There's an incredible picture. Colleen and I have mentioned this to you a number of times, about 2 years ago now, maybe a year and a half ago. There's a picture that was released maybe by 3 Days, 3 Nights, one of these great Twitter accounts from the Q team. And they released a picture of a group of 4 military officers, and they were crouching, kneeling, I think they were, and they were all in their military fatigues and T-shirts. And it said, it was like November, right? It was like November near the North Pole. The ground was all brown. There was no snow. They were in T-shirts, and it was November near the North Pole. What are they showing you in that single picture? We've been lied to. It is not what
We are
what
super excited to go and discover it.
right. So
When they won't make you have a permit. Why would you have to have a permit? Absolutely crazy.
right.
Anyway, everything's gonna change.
Okay, so this is the Antarctic ice wall, frozen solid, so cold, it's unbelievable. What effect does it have? Any land masses that are close to the southern hemisphere, any land masses that are close to the Antarctic ice wall, they've got no life. They've got no life there. So it's this really bizarre thing because in the northern hemisphere, in North America and Europe and Asia, in the northern hemisphere, we have life way up in these parallels. So you know, right up to the 25th parallel, there's still plants and trees. You know, you've got the boreal forest. So originally it starts with fir, spruce, and pine, and then it's just fir and pine, and then it's just pine trees, and then it's the North Pole, igloos. And but in the southern hemisphere, and it's no south, it's just any landmass that's close to the Antarctic ice wall, which is frozen solidly for a reason. Life doesn't grow close. So at the 25th parallel, there's nothing. At the 33rd, there's nothing. So it's like the closer you get to the Antarctic ice wall, nothing grows. So it's very different. The reason is because this is permafrost, permafrozen, because it is permanently holding the oceans of the world in. So that is the outer frame. This is the inner circle, and this is a magnetic field.
And then it's blue shift and red shift, so it's compression in the middle. That's why there's heat, and it's you know, melting the snow there, and then towards the end, it's expanding, and then it's getting cooler, and then frozen.
Right.
That makes sense.
This is also your eyeball, because there's your you know, the retina of your lens, and then you know, this is the blue matter, that's the ocean here, and then this is the white cornea all the way, you know, that mushy white part all the way around. That's the Antarctic ice wall. It's your eye. See right there? Mount Meru, the oceans of the earth, and the Antarctic ice walls.
That's
right
crazy,
there.
right?
It's right
That's
there.
Crazy.
Yep.
Truth in plain sight.
Truth in plain sight, and it is
The map.
sight.
The
And-
map of the flat Earth map, right
Okay.
there.
So how does this work? So what we're going to do is we're going to now, instead of looking at this from a bird's eye view, we're going to go back on the two-dimensional horizontal plane here. And so what we have is that Mount Meru is the center of all creation on this earth. It is the center point. So it is the true 0 point. So true 0 point energy is coming from Mount Meru. Yep. That's why you're not allowed to go there. That's why nobody goes there. And I think they don't even go there. That's why all you hear from them is Antarctica, not the Arctic. And the reason is because it's like kryptonite to these demons. They can't go because this is pure good. This is purely good. This is pure life, and they're death. So they go as far away from Mount Meru as possible. Where's that? Antarctica. Where were all their bases? Antarctica, right?
So we're
It's
talking
far
a
away.
different frequency, right?
Different frequency.
Because of
High,
the-
high, high, low, low,
And the
low.
ley lines that go all around the earth. There's just all of these different crucifixions all over, and there's different frequencies.
Okay. Now, have you ever heard the concept of hollow earth? The earth is not hollow per se, but the earth is not what you think it is. It's not this, you know, solid rock ball that you think you've been living on. The earth is energy, so it's frequency. And for frequency to be able to pass itself, and for this system to be able to create it, there is a center tube. So if you want to call that hollow earth, you can. But just remember, when anyone has ever attempted to drill, no one has been able to go, what is it,
8 miles.
8 miles? No one has been able to drill, no matter what they try, no one has been able to drill more than 8
Or
miles
maybe
down.
8 miles high as well. Don't the birds have a song 8 miles high?
They do, yeah. So the significance here being is that don't kid yourself that the earth is completely hollow, but it's partially true, because for magnetism to occur, for this eternal system of the scalar wave, it has to go out and it has to return. It has to go out and it has to return, okay? And it does this in the shape of a scalar wave, which is the eternal 8. So it does this. This is Mount Meru, and magnetic energy rises. That's what it does. So it goes here and it returns back here and it creates the loop. And this is the eternal 8. And this, my friends, is what is called a scalar wave. Okay, let's write that down. Scalar wave is magnetism. Magnetic pulses, they call them waves, but they're really pulses, are the shape of the eternal 8. Okay, and that is magnetism. Scalar is magnetism. So it goes out and it comes home. It goes out and it comes home. So you can think of the earth in its innermost vertical axis as a tube.
And by the way, that's where we get the H, because the H is both the cube, referencing the square cube, but also 8, because 8H is 8. So it's the sphere then again. So it's like, if you see what I'm saying, it's the hourglass, but it's also the 8 that Charlie's showing you right now.
It also creates the shape of an hourglass, by the way. It's an hourglass because magnetism rules time, which we're going to get into in a second here, very powerfully. So there is no passage of time, only the illusion of the passage of time, because scalar waves are eternal. There's no beginning and there's no end, and they're on. Magnetism is on. So at the center, you can think of the earth as having a hollow section. Now, what have you seen with a lot of these ancient cultures that talk about Shangri-La and this mystical paradise at the center pole? And why do you think that there's all these ancient stories like Journey to the Center of the Earth? Where did that come? Jules Verne, where did he come up with this journey to the center of the earth?
Here's an interesting, really quick. Mount Meru, 140. 140. The living one, 140. Vatican Secret, 140. Access to Heaven, 140. Very interesting.
Yeah.
Trump won, 140.
Trump won. Trump did win in a massive landslide.
The Holy Grail, 140. The Word of God, 140.
So once again, everything originates at a 0 point. The 0 on Earth is Mount Meru at this North Pole, but it's not a North Pole, it's a center pole. That's why Jules Verne wrote the story Journey to the Center of the Earth. And then what occurs at the center of the Earth? There's no time. All history is coexisting in the moment. That's what they found when they went there. There was no past. Everything was happening in the now, because that's all you can have with magnetism, because it's eternal. So there's no passage of time. It exists. It exists forever. So there's no such thing as time. That's why Jules Verne is showing you a world where all ancient past, including dinosaurs, are all there at the exact same time. That is the symbology, the secret of this story that few were able to figure out, the journey to the center of the earth, because this is where there is no time, because this is that center point. This is zero point energy. And so the system of magnetism releases energy out and it rises. Now, remember, magnetism is the only energetic force that we have that rises. It's it. And if we have to rise back up to God in heaven, the only way we're going to get there is magnetism. And magnetism is a scalar wave, the eternal 8, which is Mary, the magnetic mother. Every ancient culture has it that way as well. M for magnetism, for Mary, for mother. And in Sanskrit, the most ancient divine system of language that's exists, that came to us from Atlantis. So it is basically a precursor to the singularity that existed before. In Sanskrit, the word mag means motion. Mag equals
Hence motion pictures or movie.
that's right.
Magic.
Magic. Magic is the mag I see, is the mag I see, is the magnetism that I see is true magic. And that is the truth. So scalar waves are eternal and they never shut off. They're constantly moving. And if God, in the center point, this is God, see, and this is the sacred feminine. So the scalar wave, and by the way, what do you get? You get two curves, breast, belly. Breast, belly, the mother, BB, 22, 22. 11 is the master number for the sacred masculine. 22 is the master number for the sacred feminine. 33 is the master number for the child, and 33 vertebrae. So 22 is BB, breast and belly, breast and belly. Yep, absolutely.
I'm just showing you that a B is, because it's number 2, it's division, it's half of a torus field. So we get, with 2 halves, we get the full torus field.
That's right. Yeah, and then that's the thing about magnetism, it's whole. So now, this takes us into thermodynamics and the next huge lie from modern science and the cabal. Okay, so there are 3 laws of thermodynamics. We just have to focus ourselves on the first 2. But the first one, the first law of thermodynamics is essentially saying that matter can neither be, or energy in particular, they're just talking about the usage of matter. So energy can neither be created nor can it be used up. So that there is energy. That's it. It can't be created and it can't be used up. But then they create the second law of thermodynamics, and it says that in a consistent system of energy has a tendency to atrophy. So entropy, or to atrophy, to basically go to nothing. You just lose everything and then you become a zombie. You can't move anymore because you have no energy left. It's incredible. So the first law of thermodynamics says that energy can neither be created nor destroyed. Okay, energy can neither be created nor destroyed. But the second law of thermodynamics is that left to itself as a system, it will slowly degrade. It will slowly decay until such a point that, so we're all going to die. At some point, the sun's going to explode, and then we're going to die. We're just going to turn into an ice ball, a snowball in space, and everything will be dead. What a bunch of fucking liars. It's unfreaking believable. Why do they get away with this concept of, atrophy, where everything just basically zombifies, okay? Loses, decays, it just slowly decays. How do they get away with this? Because electricity is this. If that's magnetism, then what is electricity? Electricity, and that's all we know, it's all we're taught. We're not taught anything else. We're only taught electricity. What is electricity? Electricity is called a transverse wave. Okay? And a transverse wave is this. That's a sine wave. And unto itself, it's just a wave. And it has a beginning and it has an end. It can be used up. It can expend. That's why transverse, which is transition of the one song, transverse waves are called what? Transverse is known as temporal waves. Temporary. So if you live in your left brain, if you live only through electrical energy, you're going to be born and you're surely going to die. Why in Genesis does Genesis say, God says to Adam and Eve, if you eat the fruit from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, duality, if you taste of the fruit of the dualistic world, you're surely going to know pain and suffering, and you're surely going to die. The tree of life, which is within us, is eternal life. How do you know this? This is the basic fundamental difference between electricity and magnetism.
Do you notice here that it says ebb?
Ebb and flow.
And B.
EB.
To be the ebb and flow.
To be the ebb. Ebb is no flow. In a river, there's eddies, and then there's the flow, the passage of the river. Magnetism is perpetual energy. See, they're lying to you. You cannot have entropy or atrophied matter, because magnetism is eternal. Once it's on, and it's perpetual. It's perpetual motion. And what's one of the first things that modern science teaches you? There's nothing that is perpetual motion, nothing, because they can't have it and charge you taxes or charge you or meter energy and charge you fees for energy. If 1 + 1 = 1 and it's on and it never stops being on, they're done for. Because there's no need for a government, there's no need for rules and regulations, there's no need for anything. They're done. They're done with magnetism. So what you're looking at here is temporary, and this, my friends, is electricity. This is the world of electricity, and this is your left brain. This is the 10% dying brain. What is magnetism? And it just show you if that's temporal, magnetism is perpetual. How do you know it's perpetual motion? Because magnetism is not a single sine wave. Magnetism is the double sine wave. And what's the double sine wave called? Torus field. Eugene, what does torus represent? Eugene is
versus the
torus.
transverse wave. This is the torus
field. A torus field. And torus represents the bull who's on and who is charged. And where does Taurus come in the zodiac sky clock from 1 to 12? Comes right after Aries. Right after we rise at 9 o'clock upon the level. Remember the astrological sky clock, there we go. Cancer 6 and 9 at 12 o'clock. And then we have the Capricorn. We have a choice to make at Christmas time. And then upon the level, we're born free. Libra at 3 o'clock. 3, 6, 9. 3, 6, and 9. 3, 6, and 9. And at 9, we are Aries, man arising. What comes at the 10 o'clock hour? 10. What is the opposite of magnet? Magnet is 10 gamma. 10 gamma waves, which I'm going to show you. That's amazing. 10 gamma waves. So torus field is what is called the double sine wave. So you see electricity, 1 is a lonely number. Their 1 in the Euclidean mathematics is a very lonely number, because what they're talking about is a transverse wave, which is alone. It's not completed. It has a beginning and it has an end. Magnetism is a scalar wave, and a scalar wave is the eternal 8, and that's 2 sine waves. So father in red, mother in blue. Blue shift, red shift, left path, right path, above, below, within, without. See, their world is all red. Their world is all left. Their world is that it's all out there and there's nothing you can do about it. God's creation, which is perpetual, eternal, says that it's all in you and that there's no lack, there's only abundance, because magnetism, which is 0 point energy, because X, see, where they cross creates a cross. This creates X, and X always marks a spot for treasure. And we circle the.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
But, yeah, when you said beginning and end, you forgot middle. And then if you put be me, it's just be yourself. You said in you, right? And it's interesting how you said the Taurus field. Yeah, the X, you see an O too, it makes an ox. And that's God's, again, sterile white light, which is magnetism, which divides into the 7. Keep going.
Yeah, beautiful. And so true, so true. So we just destroyed their thermodynamic laws, the 3 thermodynamic laws, which are, you just look at it commonsensically and it's idiotic, right? Because they contradict themselves. And we just destroyed it with magnetism, because magnetism is on. So, and magnetism is negatively charged, which is the mother, which is Mary, which is milk versus the honey, milk and honey. The promised land is within you, milk and honey. And this is a scalar wave, and a scalar wave is perpetual. It's perpetual motion, and X marks the spot. We put a 0, we always circle the X, which is the O. That's how you show 0, right? Is you go like that, because X marks the spot. That's why a 0 is shown.
You just have to
Tilt it. Okay. So that's why a 0 is shown with that line through it, because X always marks the spot. And so that's what the 0 is. 0 is 0 point energy. Where do you think this wireless transmission of endless energy, you just plug in, and then you can have the toaster going, you can have your curling iron going, and
no more short circuits.
And you can have a neck massager going, and nothing is going to short circuit any longer, because magnetism is. It just is. It is, and it is. It is, and it is. Isis. Isis. Isis is the sacred mother, Mary. That's why they've turned ISIS into evil. And this is a terrorist organization in the Middle East that's behind all of this. Jacob crossed the river, and the angel of God says, Jacob, what's your name? Jacob, that's too poor a name for thee. I shall call you Israel. Is Isis. Ra is Amun-Ra, which is God. El is light, is Saturn, is the light of this world, is Jesus Christ. Israel, Holy Trinity, Mother, Father, Child. When ever have they ever put the mother first? Never. So then the right way of saying, that they lied about that, right? Calling Jacob Israel, is they never put the mother first. So it would then be Ra, God, first, Mother, Isis, second, and El. What does that spell? R-A-I-S-E-L. Raisel. Raise your light. Raise the light within you to heaven. Raise the light of the world within you, Jesus Christ, to heaven. See. It's all biblical. It's all about God. It's all about Mother Mary, and it's all about Jesus Christ. It is. It's amazing. So we destroyed thermodynamics, and we proved it through the fact that electricity is just a singular sine wave, and alone, and their one in Euclidean mathematics is a lonely number. But here in magnetism, it is two sine waves, the double sine wave, which creates a torus field, and that makes you toroidal. Okay, so you are a toroidal field. This is the horizontal plane, and you're the 8 vertically. And that's why you fall, and that's why you rise. And the only way we can rise is through magnetism, which is the mother. Why do you think the sacred feminine has been obliterated in our history? Why do you think they do what they do to the earth? Why is there no magnetism?
Because it throws us off balance.
That's right. You can't have balance. You simply cannot have balance in their system.
Parasite us.
Yes.
All they want because
At the end of the day, Call just nailed it. At the end of the day, they're nothing more than ticks.
Politics.
yeah, I see.
Yeah, but they're polyticks. They are polyticks. They're multiple ticks, and what is a tick?
Bloodsucker.
Vampire.
And they feed off of us in more ways than one.
You know, my friend used to always say, "Stop politicking."
Stop many picking.
Stop many ticking. Exactly, exactly. Be still and stationary like the Father. So, how does everything work? Where does this perpetual energy of electricity come from? Now, there's a never-ending source of electricity. They tell you there's not, but there is. How do you know that there is a never-ending source of electricity? So we always have the choice. That's the way God is. You wouldn't have duality if electricity ran out one day. So when they say that, we're running out of fossil fuels, bullshit, lying. We're running out of the sun in the sky. Bullshit, lying. You'll never run out of any electrical form of energy because magnetism is eternal. So we eternally have to have the choice between both. So that means electricity has to be eternal. How is electricity eternal? You'll love this, and it's so simple, okay? So if God is in meditation, in stillness and silence, then this is God, signified by the monadic circle, the center point, okay? Where X marks the spot. So this is God, and God has never moved. That's why the earth has never moved, because God never moves. God is still and stationary. The earth is still and stationary. How many times do you have to read in Genesis alone where the Bible talks that the earth is stationary and has never moved before you get the fact that the earth is stationary and it's never moved? I don't know, maybe one time should be enough, but it's multiple times, and you didn't get it. You didn't get it because they sold you a globe, and you just said, well, it's the Bible, right? The ancient people, they got it all wrong. They didn't know. They're just idiots. They didn't know. We know now. Wow. That's hubris, ego before God. Wow. Because the Bible's telling you it's never moved. So God is stillness and stationary. He is what's called electricity. And that is perfect balance. What di represents is the ultimate goal of everything.
And let's break this down. D is the fourth letter, and it stands for the physical density.
Fourfold nature, the cross.
I is the divine 9. It's God, the feminine.
Physical, but also form. So it's form of consciousness. That's di.
Exactly.
Exactly right.
Thank
And
you,
4
Eugene.
plus 9 is 13. Jesus Christ is 13. If God was going to create the Son of Man, who would he create? He'd create 13. That's who he'd create, because he's 4 and 9. And who's our princess that didn't die and who's coming back to help lead us and show us the way? Princess Di. Stillness and silence in perfect balance.
She's the epitome of this. She's so
She
beautiful.
emanates purity. You hear it and you see it in everything she does. She came to you without ego. She's the the princess, and Charles was going to be the king, so she was going to be the queen of England. And never once did she ever exhibit to anyone any ego. Never
But
once.
she also said in her interviews that she knew she would never be the queen.
That's right. They would never let her become the
Because she
queen.
was the good queen.
Well, because she went to places like Africa
She
and
was the true
championed
queen.
the removal of these landmines, and she's going, people are going, well, what are these from like World War II? She goes, no, they keep planting them. They're doing it. They're doing it. Yep. She hinted that the United Nations was behind this, and she didn't last very long after that, did she? No, she was gone soon after that. So
Bless her heart for being amongst the vipers.
so that's right. So God is dielectricity, which is still the same. Now, what is the mother? The mother is motion. Mag in Sanskrit is motion, constant motion. We just showed you that, perpetual motion. So it is the double sine wave. There's a sine wave, and here is the return and the double sine wave, and then X marks the spot, and there's 0. That's God. So every single time that the mother returns through the center is God. So the center of the earth is God.
Silence.
So the center of the earth is God, and they don't let us go to the center of the earth. Nothing to see there. So we got a camera there. So don't worry about it. No, the center is God. So we have to get to the center point, 0 point energy, center point, God's energy, God, and they won't let us go there. Right? What a holy
But
shit.
we can go there within.
But we can go there within, because above, below, as within, so without, as with the universe, so with the soul. Okay, as above, so below, as within, so without, because it's a dualistic reality. What exists above exists within you, exists here on the earth and within you. It's incredible. It's incredible about God's creation. Okay, so magnetism, no beginning, no end, and it just continues. So every time the mother passes through this erogenous zone of God, it's sex. They're having sex. This is the lovemaking between the father and the mother. The breast and the belly of the mother, she gets pregnant with the child by having sex with the father. And how is this created? Friction. Look in any, and I mean any variation. You can go to Wikipedia, you can go to an encyclopedia, you can go to wherever you want to go, technical manuals, textbooks. Any definition of electricity will all say the same thing. It's friction. Electricity is caused by friction. You get it? What occurs when an unstoppable motion comes in contact, rubs up against an immovable stationary object? Okay, you get it? So here is a stationary object, and you have this force constantly going through. What occurs? Friction. What is electricity? Friction. Abrasion, abraxas. Abrasion, abraxas. This is where abraxas comes from.
Now, abraxas is a word that we always thought was used for kind of one of the bloodline families or something that was evil. But what does it really mean?
Abra, A-B-R-A, is the father. It just means father, which opens, right? He's the open eye, the single eye. So abracadabra is, open sesame, but Abra is father, Abra. So Abraham is the breath of God. And of course, we know that Abraham symbolizes this resurrection by accepting the breath of God within again, because what is Abram and Sarai gifted when they go on their journey through 2 deserts? They're gifted the letter A. So Abram went from Abram to Abraham, and Sarai went to Sarah. Get it? And there are no coincidences. There are no accidents. That's what we're talking about. So the gift to Abram and Sarai was Abraham, and Sarah is the breath of God, is this infusion of life within us. Okay, so all life is created through the friction caused between the mother and the father. So what does that mean that we are? So if we are the child, okay, and we're vertical, so that's horizontal plane, and we're the vertical plane, then we make this flower, we're the flowering, we're the fruit of their love making, we're the fruition, which is the truth, by the way. To fruit is to figure out, which is the truth. We are the fruition, the fruit of their love making. We are the child, but in nature we're electrical. What do we know? What did Nikola Tesla teach us about electricity? Electricity is a downward causation. Electricity goes down. We have to rise. The only way that we can rise is to become magnetic. We're born electrical. Why do you think horses, like minutes after they're born, are running around like these incredible athletes and they never fall down?
Well, maybe some a little bit.
It's incredible. Human children, mankind's children, we're like a year and a half old and we're tripping and falling and hurting ourselves and crying all the time. Why do you think that is? If we're the pinnacle of God's creation, why does it take us so long to gain balance? Children, human children, have no balance. Get it? Balance is God. The moment that we're kicked out of the womb and they clamp the umbilical cord, taking that truth, which would be balance, by the way, that magic, that energy from God, and clamping it off as quick as they can, and then they cut the umbilical cord and rip the placenta out from inside the womb, because this is the kingdom of heaven.
So
This is the last vestige of the kingdom of
the
heaven.
journey from boarding to enlightenment is the journey of finding our lightness, our balance.
To rise, exactly. So we don't continue to fall down. And once we start to balance, then we can start to rise. And the balancing comes in through God. So enter religion. And what's the purpose of religion? So that you never find God. And what does religion teach? Everybody knows this because all of you have talked to literalist Christians. And what do literalist Christians tell you when you talk about yoga? Yoga, which is just balance, teaching you to have balance, both of breath, of mind, and with pose. It's incredible. Yoga is the precursor to meditation. It's how you learn to meditate, is by stilling the mind and the body in unison with each other in these yogic poses.
No, he's not saying that children don't have God when they're born.
No. Children are gifted this period of grace, which is to 12, this period of grace with the Father, which is why they do everything they can to get mothers and fathers out of the household so children can be taken into the system, right? So daycare centers, and then preschool, and then school, and they've got you. They've got your kids, and what they're doing in these systems is taking God out of them as fast as possible. What I'm saying is that when we leave the womb, that the actual physical contact with God is gone. As soon as the umbilical cord is cut and the placenta is removed out of the mother, this miracle of the womb, which is the masculine and the feminine, right? So how do you get the W? The W is a V with the phallic of the father within it to create the W. So that's all that it is that the father has penetrated the mother. And that's why in the precession of the equinox, precession of the alphabet, it's VW. That's why Hitler called his cars VW, Volkswagen, people's car, because it's V to W. Mother,
22.
divine virgin, Virgo, virgin. What letter is that? 22.
The mass star.
The sacred, that's right, the mass star number for the sacred feminine. And then W comes next, which is 23, 23rd letter. And this is the father in the mother. And this is why the womb is sacred.
And
And that's
interesting,
why they want your kids while they're still in the womb. So where did abortion come from? Vampires who want the blood of your children in the mother's womb, because God is present with the mother in the womb.
Notice W is 23. 2 plus 3 is 5, which is the crucifixion.
Crucifixion.
So at this point, the addition of the phallic symbol in the vagina is the sacred sex.
And it's a flipped M together, which make the golden arches torus field.
The sine wave. Do the, yeah, use
Sabmic.
the sabmic.
So it's just pure evil. So they want in the womb. So this is where stillborn babies suddenly came out of nowhere, stillborn babies, and it became a huge issue with all of this technology. Stillborn babies, what's that all about? They weren't dead. They were given a drug to make them appear dead, given to the mother for a short period of time, and then disposed of. No. Resuscitated and taken. It is what is at the beginning of the Bible after Adam and Eve in the fall to this duality. Cain and Abel. Cain is the left brain, Cain is red shift, Cain is the left hand path, Abel is blue shift, Abel is magnetism, Abel is the right way, is up and to the right. And Cain murdered and ate Abel. Cannibal. Cain, Abel is cannibal. And they drink the blood. It has gone on from day one on earth. From day one, this is what we've been dealing with. And that's why they want this W, okay? And this is why you see the divinity in Adolf Hitler with the Volkswagen. And again, like I said to you, look at the German car companies, okay? So you have B, M, W. That's all the mother. B is 2, breast and belly. B is 2. And M is 13 of 26, the middle way, magnetism, Mary, mother, and this is the womb of the mother, BMW. And then Mercedes-Benz, like, right? You get this, right? In French, Mercedes is Mary. Mary, because mer is mar, which is sea, which is ocean, which is Mary. Mercedes in French is Mary. Benz, Kundalini, uncoiling 3.5 times. Mercedes-Benz, the sacred feminine rising Jesus Christ to heaven. BMW and Mercedes-Benz, kid you not. That's exactly why they were called those things, okay? So this is just magical stuff, and they are evil pukes is what they are. So that just proves that they're lying to us about the nature of energy. We just destroyed thermodynamics, and this lie that left to itself, all energy will dissipate until such time that there's nothing. And then we got real problems. It's always going to end, blah, blah, blah. No, we just showed you perpetual motion. We just showed you eternal energy. And we just showed you that magnetism gives freely, equally to everyone. Where we go one, we go all. Make America great again. MAGA, magnetism. Because magnetism does not discriminate between anyone. It gives equally, freely for everyone. And the center point of the magnetic field is the 0 point, and that is 0 point energy. Now, you're going to love this because in magnetism, 0 has a value because it is everything, right? How does magnetism work again? Let's just do this one more time. There's Mount Meru at the center. Magnetism comes out essentially in the form of a sine wave that returns. Woo. I made one more circle in there. But so in a sine wave that returns. So we have this center point. So all energy with magnetism has no input. There's no input to it. It has no input. Okay? It is. Magnetism is. There's nothing added to it. It doesn't require anything in. That's eternal. Electricity needs fuel. It needs a constant stimulant. So you're constantly using, which is why, like Tesla said, electricity has to be eternal, which we just showed through friction, right? So friction, again, means that electricity, you'll never run out of electricity. There'll always be electricity, whether they have hydroelectric dams or not. Electricity is in the air. Don't you get this? Everything that they do to create electricity is bullshit. Probably none of it works, or maybe some of it does work, like hydroelectric dams. Fuck the hydroelectric dams. They're flooding land to go underneath the land. They're flooding the land to hide and then harvest children underneath these man-made lakes. That's what they're doing. They don't need this. Atmospheric discharge is friction. Atmospheric discharge occurs naturally. There is an unending source of electricity in the air. So you also have free energy in the form of electrical free energy in the atmospheric discharge. Atmospheric discharge is electrical energy, and it can be tapped into like who's one of your founding fathers? Benjamin Franklin. How did Benjamin Franklin tap into atmospheric discharge? What did he do? He put a metal key attached to a balloon and ran a balloon with this key up into what? Atmospheric discharge. And what happened? Zing, 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 and boom, energy source on Earth. How hard is that? How hard is that? So they do these hydroelectric dams. Why? There's atmospheric discharge, which is eternal electrical energy. And then what else? We have nuclear because we need energy. So they have nuclear plants. And what else? And so, we're pulling oil out of the ground because we need a fuel source. Electricity is atmospheric discharge. But why would you use electricity as your source of energy when it's so volatile, so unpredictable, and so difficult to contain? Because it is your left ego. It is your left brain ego. It is your carnal mind. It is a fuse that blows. So it's a temper tantrum. Electricity is a temper tantrum. Atmospheric discharge is a child gone crazed, is a woman gone crazed, is a carnal man roaming the earth as a monster. That's what electricity is. Why would you use it when magnetism is a field, is a self-contained field? Magnetism is a self-contained field. It's eternal and it is not volatile. It is peaceful. Why? Because magnetism is negatively charged, which is feminine. It's the mother. She's got her shit together. Together. To get her, you have to be together. She's got her shit together. Do you have your shit together? The mother has her shit together. She's balanced as well. And that's the unison between the father and the mother, and this rubbing against the 0 point by this double sine wave. Always do that. With the double sine wave creates this friction, and that friction is X. X marks the spot, and that friction is all life.
The point of crucifixion.
This is that's right, the point of crucifixion. This is where all life occurs, and that's why we take shape vertically out of the spark of life. And that's the spark of life, where the mother passes through the zone, the erogenous zone of the father. It creates the spark of life, and you see it. It's white light. All procreation starts with a flash of light. There's images of this always, because that's God, and that's how this all occurs. And you see, this also looks like an angel with wings. It's a flower, but it's also an angel with wings. When we're born, we're angelic with wings. We can fly until they tell you you can't fly. Gilligan, what are you doing up there? I'm flying. You can't fly. I can't? No, no one can fly, Gilligan. And then he falls. But he was flying for about 30 seconds until they convinced him that you can't fly. It's what we do to our children. Our children are born magnetic, magical. The mag-IC is magic. The mag-IC is magic. And we convince them otherwise. Don't do that. Don't go there. Don't do this. Don't do that. Sit down. Stay here. Keep in my eyesight. Don't do this. Don't do that. How are they ever supposed to learn? How are they ever supposed to create balance? How are they ever supposed to find God if they don't seek? Stop seeking. Just sit down and play this game created by Bill Gates. See how this works? Okay, so we just showed you that both sources are eternal. They're lying to you about everything, okay? Lying to you about everything. Look at all the different forms and the ways that they say that they create electricity. Electricity exists in eternal abundance and atmospheric discharge, which is volatile. It's crazy. Why would you use it? It's dangerous because it's crazy. That's your left brain. You see, these are perfect, 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 perfect allegories. That's why Jesus taught, cast thy net to the right. Don't go to your volatile left brain because you are a fuse and you will overload your circuit. You're a circuit and your circuit will overload. You are a fuse and your fuse will blow. And that's what you see with people all the time. They become the wrong bull. They don't become the Taurus bull. They just become the mad bull, Red Bull. They become Red Bull. And that's the most famous drink, right? Red Bull. You want a Red Bull? I like Red Bull. We have Red Bull. What does Red Bull do? It just makes you constantly scattered. No stillness, no silence, can't meditate. Most popular drink. Why? Okay.
Cough syrup.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just disgusting. Okay. So now, next thing I want to show you is, and this last destruction of their system is Einstein once again and his bullshit.
Team Honey just said 111-minute stream.
Wow. Einstein and their bullshit theory of, and Monkey, if you're getting tired, sweet pie, because you work nonstop all day long, you do not have to be here the whole time, Angel. I love you so much. Okay. Once again, here's an access point. Here's a 0 point. Okay. So this is what the Jesuits gave us and attributed it to Albert Einstein. No, Einstein's an idiot. Didn't know anything. It was the Jesuits that did this. And the Jesuits gave us this famous equation, E, which is energy, equals mass times this constant. Speed of light equals mc squared. And what it does is it creates this line of energy that is always rising up and to the right. Wow, equals mc squared. Okay, so and the constant that they give us with the C is that this is 3 times 10 to the power of 8 meters squared per second. And that is this constant speed or this constant force, okay? And that's this theory. So in their theory, it's energy is equal the mass. So by the way, and this is how it all works, right? With nuclear bombs, nuclear weapons, or all the weapons that they do with this theory, is that the more mass that you create, the more volume that create, the more volatile the output. So the more you put in, right? It's just this simple left brain, petulant child attitude. I want more and more pie until the child explodes. That's this premise of E equals mc squared. So the more mass you put in it, the more volatile to the constant you get, and the more force is generated. So this story of the nuclear bomb and stuff, right? So that's how this all works. Now, magnetism is 0 point energy. So if you have mass, which could be anything, it could be whatever number it is, mass times this constant, which is 3 times 10 to the power of 8 meters squared per second. If all mass is in its true form magnetism, and magnetism is 0 point energy, and 0 has now a value because 0 is God. 0 is all, because all starts through the 0 and all returns through the 0. All roads lead to Rome. All roads in this case lead to God, which is 0 point energy. So if this is their equation, then here's the truth of their equation. E equals 0 times 3 times 10 to the power of 8 meters per second squared. 0 times all of that equals what? 0. Their system is complete bullshit. E equals mc squared equals 0. It produces nothing. It is a complete fabrication and a lie. It does not exist because the value at these points, these two axes, the axis points, which is here is your horizontal, here is your vertical, is that this is 0 point. And if that's your 0 point, 0 times the constant is still 0. Doesn't matter what your formula is, it's still 0. So here's the truth, and this is what they're hiding from you with the theory of relativity. You see, this is a penis, and it doesn't show the vagina. This is the masculine, and it doesn't show the feminine, okay? So if this was, in truth, magnetism, which is the basis to all creation and all life here, which is motion, Mother Mary, mag, constantly moving, then what would the graph or the chart itself look like? Here's what it would look like. Here's your 0 point, and then here's their graph, and then here's their line of this energy going up and to the right, okay? So the mass and the constant, and here it is. But in magnetism, which is whole, because it's the mother and the father, then it is holistic, so it is all points. So then the dualistic aspect would exist. So if this line exists, that line exists. If that line exists, this line exists. If this line exists, then this line exists. And if that exists, then this exists. And then suddenly, what do you get? What does that look like? That is a circle, and that is a radial pattern. So by simply taking common sense and applying magnetism and this holistic, which is positive and negative, the dualistic aspect, which is the truth, then their little model of E equals mc squared is a radial pattern of magnetism. Holy shit, I just destroyed. It took me 2 hours, but I completely destroyed everything that all of these high-priced, fancy, many letters, many years of university, fancy, well-respected scientists, physicists, bullshit. You're fucking idiots and you're fucking liars, and you believe in a fucking Kabbalistic system that is bullshit. 0. E equals mc squared. What is the answer? 0. Because this is 0 point, and they don't include God, so they've got nothing. Everything that they tell you is a lie. Oh, but we create hydroelectric dams. No, you don't. You flood rivers to dig underneath the ground and hide children. That's what you do, because all electricity comes from atmospheric discharge. It's abundant, it's eternal, it never stops. It has to, because we always have a choice between electricity or magnetism. Left brain, right brain. Spin.
Charlie,
go ahead.
You destroyed the Allies with the Axis.
I destroyed. This is World War II, and Hitler won because the Axis powers just destroyed The allies, yeah, very good. That is brilliant. And that is the truth. And so this is the truth, and it creates a radial pattern. They don't show you. What do they show you? They just show you this, which is a penis. So let's do this again. And when the Jesuits rolled out Einstein, and Einstein's going, loop-de-de-doop, loop-de, can I have some more ice cream? Shut up. Shut up, and put some more gel in his hair. Make him look like he's brilliant or something. So once again, all they show is this. What's this? This, sorry for being so crude, but that is this. And that's all they are. That's all they do. They're boys. They're immature boys. They're jerks. They're assholes. They're liars. And they're penises. That's why they create phallic symbols everywhere you go. And Lady Diana, everywhere she went, without having to lay a single brick, she created that everywhere she went, because she was Grace. Grace is the mother, and she was magical of the mother. Love and compassion. She created the womb. She created the vagina. They only create the penis. So once again, let me show you that. That's what they show you, E equals MC squared, right? But that's the 0 point of the axes of the horizontal and the vertical. So therefore, this line exists. Therefore, that line exists. Therefore, that line exists. Therefore, this line must exist. And once again, that is a radial pattern. That's what magnetism is. So there's no such thing as their systems. There's magnetism. Now, the last part of the show, bucket list, what's that? What was
get Charlie to draw a penis, check mark.
Okay, so the last thing to show you here, and then we're going to open it up to questions so everybody can ask questions about
I have 5 pages of what I want to talk about.
Is to show you magnetic electrical ether, ether, instead of electromagnetism, EM. We're going to show you ME. Okay, so this is how it works again. So we're a circle. This is Mount Meru, and magnetism uncoils like the mother, and she uncoils 3.5 times to the center star. And then that's with the center star. That, what did Tesla say? What are the stars? They're attached to the firmament. The firmament is the boundary. Okay, what rises to the boundary? Magnetism from Mount Meru. Mother, Mount, Mary, magnetism. Come on, Meru. It's all M's. It's all magnetism, and it's all uncoiling to the center star, which is, Tesla taught you this. The stars are connected to the firmament. I happen to think that the stars are openings in the firmament, and that what we see as the starlight is God's light. That is just the purity of God, which is pure light on the other side. And it's a mercy that the openings are tiny, because
And they are angles as well.
and they are all perfect angles, which are angels.
And some angles let in more light, and
Okay.
that's why there's a difference and frequency difference as well.
Now, what do we say to you about magnetism? Magnetism is dualistic because it's holistic. It has everything. So magnetism has both aspects to it. So it's going to uncoil this way, and it's going to uncoil this way. And then this creates an arc to here. And this creates an arc to here. This is the plane of inertia. Planet Eartha is the plane of inertia that goes right through the center of all centers. So this is both bird's eye view and a two-dimensional view as well. It works in both ways. And so what is created above? What is our firmament? How do you know what our firmament is? So they call it the glass ceiling. The glass ceiling, because magnetism is cold fusion, which is cold fusion just means room temperature. It means you don't have to violently heat something up. In other words, you don't have to have, which is all they teach. What is the sun? A nuclear furnace that will eventually burn out.
And what is the moon?
And a dead ball that just reflects light from the nuclear furnace. But again,
That's
when
why
they
the
teach
moon's
you,
light is cold, right?
that's right, and moonlight is cold. Now, what they teach you about subatomic particles is the same thing. And same thing. So that at this 666 level, at this can't see it but trust is there level, these subatomic particles, what they're saying is that the proton and the neutron are surrounded by this soup, this cosmos of electrons. And they're so small, you can't see them. But trust us, they're there, right? Trust us. It's always trust us. The dinosaur bones. But those are fakes. I know, we know that. But the real ones are so old, we got them in the basement. So if we take them out, they'll just disintegrate. So trust us, we got them. Dinosaurs are real. We got the bones. We can't show you or prove it to you, but we got them. Trust us. What the fuck? You lie about everything, and we're supposed to trust you with everything. Subatomic particles you can't see. How convenient is that? And what's the process of subatomic particles with the electrons? Violence, fire, explosion. That's what's happening everywhere with their system. Their system is just theories, can't be proven because it's bullshit. Everywhere you go, explosion, masculine, penis, outward ejaculation, and you die. Like that's all it is. It's just they're sick. They're sick. They're diseased. And that's why Q Team and JFK keep calling them, these people are stupid, because they are, because they only see things one way. And it's the wrong way. They always get things the wrong way. They're lying to you. They've lied to you about everything. So this is the firmament. So what is the firmament? Magnetism. What is magnetism? It's a field. You can't get through this because what does magnetism do? It attracts what it needs to get it stronger. So it's attracting all the magnetic force that it requires to make it stronger, stronger, stronger. What does magnetism then also do? It only does two things. It attracts or it repulses. So if you send a penis weapon, if you send a violent weapon to the firmament, what's the firmament going to do? Try to manipulate a magnet when it's in repulsion. What's going to happen? You can try all you want. How do we right now ensure that there would never be another car accident again? Magnets in the front and or in the backs of the cars. No car, no matter how big, no matter what the mass is, no matter what the speed is, see, E equals mc squared, bullshit. It's all trumped by zero, which has a value because zero value is God. God value, 0 point, monadic point, mono, one, God, everything. And if you had magnets in cars, no matter how big, no matter how fast, no matter what the distance, they would never hit one another. Guess what? No accidents, calm, peace, doesn't matter about speed and speed limit. Oh, I'm worried all the time. I'm on the road. I'm going to get a ticket. And they've got these guns, which are electrical, violent electrical guns shooting waves at you. You know, it's just sick. And so they got you worried and they're going to give you a fine and you're everywhere you go, you're worried because you're fine. And then you got to get insurance because you could have an accident. No, put magnets and then there's never going to be another accident, no matter where or how, and never cars will never hit one another. You don't need insurance.
Or boats or planes.
Oh shit. Their system is done again. See, magnetism destroys them. And what's magnetism? Feminine. Mother Mary. The feminine destroys these dicks, dickweeds, the cabal. The Mother Mary, Virgo, Virgin, pure mother destroys these dickweeds, destroys the penis. Let's do some swinging and some cutting. Yep. Let's cut down, let's clear cut some penises of the cabal because these people are
Trump
sick.
And the Q team have been doing that.
I think so too. These people are sick. They are sick and we've been lied to about everything. So this is what it looks like. This is what it looks like and this is how it works. Now, remember that this is a perpetual system. It has to return home. So it doesn't stop there. It doesn't stop upon the level. So it continues and then it's drawn home. It continues and it's drawn home. So once again, from another perspective, the earth is not hollow, but there is a cylindrical, there is a cylinder in the center. And what runs through it is the mother, not a penis, it's the mother. So the mother is at the very center of all of this. That's how much God loves the sacred feminine. The sacred feminine is the center of all. God is the center of all things in this 0 point.
So it's a torus field.
Right.
We're looking at a torus field.
And then hyperbola too.
And that's right. This is a hyperbola, and the tree of life is this. This is you, and this is the tree of life. Because as above, so below, as within, so without, as universe, so with the soul. This is happening out there, but it's happening in you as well. And remember, this activity inside of you would be the spine. And inside the spine, it's protected. The spine is super hard, but inside it's hollow. It's hollow. Even Atlas is hollow. You just can't go through Atlas because the brain stem emerges through Atlas and blocks the way. And then you have to cast thy net to the right. You have no other choice but to go up and to the right. Cast thy net to the right.
Would be your ley lines.
And the chakras are your ley lines. So this is perfection. It's perfection above, it's perfection on earth, and it's perfection within us. And this is how it works. This is how it all works. This is what it looks like. And remember, the flower of life is us being born out of the sacred sex between the father and the mother. And again, there are two planes. There is the horizontal plane, and this would be the double sine wave, father and mother, and this is eternity. X marks the spot every single time that the mother goes through the steel stationary father, which is the monadic point, the monadic circle in the center. Every time it creates friction, and that's us. That's life. And then that is a double sine wave. And that is the flower of all life. And isn't this how all babies are born? From the single cell zygote, and then they begin to double exponentially, and it's blop, 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 blop. And that is the flower becoming the tree of life. This is you. This is how it all works. This is life. And look, that looks like an angel with wings. Yep. On the level, upon the level. The plane of inertia just means planet Eartha. The plane of inertia is planet Eartha, which is in the middle. And that's why Tolkien called his world Middle Earth, because he knew all of this stuff. He's a genius. Lewis was a genius. Arthur Conan Doyle, a genius. Agatha Christie, a genius. Samuel Clemens, Mark Twain,
Because they were
a
just
genius.
downloading God's.
That's right. One story, one story, one story. They knew the one story,
We
and
can
they're
be
writing the
geniuses
story.
too.
Yep. Yep. It's just absolutely incredible. I have so many more notes here, but it's really,
I didn't even start, Charlie.
it's really sort of fantastical stuff, and it's for later. So we're not going to go through it, but there is the basis to who you are, to what the creation of Earth is. And you see, we're at the center. So there are no aliens coming to save you, because one, there can't be, because there's a firmament, okay? And nothing can get through. So only we can open the Sky Dome. Remember in Toronto? What did Toronto, the stadium that they created in Toronto, they called it the Sky Dome. So maybe the firmament can open, but not until such time that we create peace on earth and goodwill to men.
So
Not until.
maybe it's when we all reach the 144 frequency, there it opens. I open upon the close. If we were all to go through the Harry Potter experience and wrestle with our inner demons and play the left brain and put it in its place, we would create frequency.
What we would create is Poe, Edgar Allan Poe, peace on earth, goodwill toward men. That's why you're here. And you're going to go around and around and around the wheel and never get off until such time that you learn it's all about peace on earth, goodwill toward men. And that's the cross. That's the cross. There's the horizontal axis. There's the vertical axis. Why do you think we either rise or we fall? Because we're the vertical axis. And the vertical and the horizontal planes destroy the cabal and all of their lies and all of their theories, destroys it. And look, peace on earth, what's in the center of peace on? What needs to be on? The single eye of God. This is the eye of the storm. This is the eye of the hurricane. This is the monadic point, the monadic circle. This is the center of your head. That center point is, and where does the mercy seat is? Right above and behind this center point in you. See, it's perfect. Everything is perfect. And look, it creates a cross.
And that could be love, L-O-V-E. Let our virtues evolve.
Yeah, beautiful. Love. Let our virtues evolve because love is virtue.
Just write that in.
Yeah, let me do that. Amazing stuff. Amazing stuff.
Apparently Eugene has 5 pages of questions.
Amazing stuff. Do you see this now? We're magic. And you see how they've lied about everything? Electricity. They got to dam rivers and stuff. They're lying to you. They're lying to you. It's all about harvesting children. Trust me, nothing has ever changed. They're Cain, and all they're concerned with. Abortions, all it is to get the purity of the blood of children unborn yet. It's just sickening. They're sick. These people are sick. What does Q say? These people are sick. These people are dumb. These people are stupid because they can only see one half one way. Okay, I love you guys so much. Call Eugene, thank you for being so patient. Everyone in the chat room, I love you guys so much. Let's open up to questions. Eugene, do you want to start? You don't even have to ask questions. Eugene he knows all of this. Eugene knows all of this. This is the conversations we have every single day. So if you want to comment on some stuff, you can do that too.
Thank gosh. Oh, okay, I'll start with some gematria. Donut 74, El Dorado 74, Prize 74, Be the One 74. And then what do we got? We got the Freak 74, the Core 74, the Good 74. And then that brings me to
Aragorn 74, Fruit 74, Jesus 74, Joshua 74.
Tantra 74, Energy 74, Ruler for Aragon. But yeah, and then let's see. This brings me to the Good 74. Well, dielectricity is the one, magnetism is the good, and then electricity is the beautiful. And then it goes, that way, because the one is the hyperbola. So everything comes from the one and returns to the one. So it's alpha and omega. Let's see. And then let's go with Israel. So Charlie earlier was talking about the monadic point. So you see the single eye here. You can just write an I right there. So that's 9. That's divine consciousness. And then just Isis. And then we have the radius. So we have Ra, Dias, right? And then you have this outer circle. Oh my gosh, my pen's going out. We got L. But why is it L? Because it's the psych L. It's the circ L. So there we have Ra L. And so when the scientists are saying, oh, this is a proton, or this is a neutron, or this is it's just different points of the Trinity, the different points of the system. And they're trying to pinpoint and take out one single thing. When in reality, it's spirit, soul, and body. Because the spirit is one, the one, and then the good. So Ra becomes the planets, the 7 archangels, and then electricity, arcs. So this whole process is, archangels and what was the other word? I don't remember. But anyway, and then so it's the planets and the zodiac, and then it's the dance of the 7 and the 12. So because the 12 would be the body, so the 7 zodiac members is the body. And then I drew right here Thor's hammer, because that's where we get Thor's hammer. And then we have lightning, because this is electricity, and that's Thor's hammer being swung. So that's where we get that from too. And then, okay, before you guys were talking about the chakras. Well, chakra in Sanskrit means disc. And then we also see in the Bhagavad Gita, it talks about the 7 planes above. And then here's Middle Earth right here. And then the 7 planes below. So it's the 7 vices and the 7 virtues. And then the one middle earth where we fight the battle. And it happens to be 15, which is O. And what is O? O is the void. So the void, the only thing the void knows how to create is this. That's it. And then if we look at that, the side view from a bird's eye view, it becomes this. And then we can see the North Pole right here, Tropic of Cancer, Equator, Tropic of Capricorn, and then South Pole, as Charlie drew. And then this is the sun's path. So it's going around, but it's pathing like this. It's slowly moving. It's blue shifting, so it's compressing into the North Pole, but it's also red shifting, rarefacting out into the South Pole. And so when it's coming out here, it's summer for the South Pole or the South Hemisphere. And then when it's coming in here, it's summer for the North Hemisphere. And then what else do I have? Gosh, I have so much, Charlie. It's because I can't stop you. You have a flow. Oh yeah, flowers, flower, by the way. Anyway. Okay, so we have that. No, what were you saying?
Just really quickly, Eugene, we're just bringing up flat Earth and how things work and why it's cold at the North Pole. And then if you go past the North Pole, it's not cold anymore. It just all relates to the compression that Eugene is showing you, a blue shift compressing into God, into the zero value, the center point, the magnetic circle, but then going further away from the center point, going out into Antarctica, because again, there's no South Pole. Everything just gets wider and wider and wider. So when you look at that 8, the 8, and they don't hide it. They show you this in plain sight. The pattern of the sun is this 8. This is what the sun's pattern is. It's a double sine wave, but it's like this. And it is very narrow and small at the top, and it is very big and wide at the bottom, because the further you go south, no, the further you go out is the Antarctic ice wall. So to heat in this region, the sun has to take a greater path, okay? And therefore it has to travel further to be able to, at a greater distance. So it has to travel faster, and then it travels slow. I've been in the Arctic Circle during the summer months, and the sun moves so slow in the sky. It's incredible. It's like a snail crawling, because it has such a small distance to traverse. And it's this smaller distance means less energy, therefore less heat. And this is why you get the sort of the polar cap or the ice cap that's here. But inside of that is Shangri-La. Shangri-La does exist, and that exists at Mount Meru, which is the 0 point energy. It's where it all comes from. And it is in the very exact center, because this process is happening, as Eugene shows, better to show it on the side. This process is happening like this. That's what the path of the sun looks like. So sorry for interjecting, but you brought such a cool point up to show you how flat Earth works.
No, please keep interjecting. But and then again, what Charlie was showing you just now, that 8 that's right here. By the way, this is where John the Baptist's head is put on the platter, and he's beheaded. Is that this crossing point right here, which is super interesting. I got that from Santos, right there. Actually, I get most of this from Charlie and Santos, but anyway, and some of Josh X too. But the sun travels like this. So when we look at it in altitude, it gets higher in Cancer and lower in Capricorn, and this is the equator. So it'll start from Aries here, go up, and then hit Gemini, Cancer, come back down to Libra, and then go down for the fall. And so, yeah, just a few more things I want to add to that. Oh my gosh, there's so much. Okay. So yeah, so basically you can think of a torus field as a donut, and that everything else is moving. I would assume the bottom is rotating the opposite way, but this one thin slice is not moving. And then it's like a chandelier. The stars are turning one direction, and I would think it's the opposite for the bottom. I would think maybe it's the same direction. I don't know, but the
opposite as well. That's right. Which is why the zodiac works the way it works, which is it goes backwards. So I would think so. Edgar Allan Poe, 111, perfection, 111. Thank you, Ghost Patriot. So yeah, I think you're right, Eugene. I think you're absolutely right.
Yeah, see, when you talk, it gives me a chance to just read real quick. Remember what I was saying? I mean, yeah, so energy, it goes so it goes in the opposite direction, but it's also two-dimensional, but it's also three-dimensional. So it has depth, width, length, it's everything. So, and when it's doing that, that's the torus field shape. So it's just going around the donut in different directions, or in the exact opposite inverted direction. And then, and I was thinking, Charlie, okay, so this is a theory that I kind of need to test, but I know it's true because like J. Krishnamurti says it, so I just need to like smoothen out the edges, so to speak. But I think choice is violence. Well, hear me out though. But because the first choice is to negate violence or to negate what is immoral. But after that, there is no choice. Because, like, for instance, politics gives you a choice. And it's, again, a Hegelian dialectic thing. No matter what you choose, you're still eating from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, which is duality. So no choice is magnetism. No choice is stillness. No choice is knowing. Because choice in some sense is thinking. But again, this is after you choose to negate evil. So there is a first choice where you say, like, no, that's not the path I do. But after that, when you're on the straight and narrow, you don't make any choices. Like, and I see this in motifs of stories, like in Malcolm was it the captain? You guys are muted right now. Yeah, but the captain of Serenity. And Firefly, but also in the 13th Warrior, the king, right before he goes into the Cabal's cave, he says, do we have a choice but to retaliate, And so this is the whole thing. It's like, at some point, you don't have a choice, because that's what I was saying to Charlie one day. I was like, it's tough doing the only work, but then you realize it's the only work. So where else can you really go? Anyway, so, okay, I'll keep going. So yeah, with the straight and narrow, because there's no way back. So torso becomes torus. It's an anagram. It's the same word. And then we get uterus. So you come out of the uterus, or you're in the uterus, and then with the placenta, the place where you enter into this earth, like, what the heck? They just hit all the words in plain sight, right? And then, so your torus knows about blue shift, red shift. And then, let's see, because like root, tor, it's backwards for tor, so it's red. And then we have blue, like bull, hyperbola. And this is where Santos gets his three words of atom, bull, and tor, which is the root of everything. Like everything. Oh my, thank gosh, Justin comes in. Please add some more sauce to this. But anyway, so we have the multiplication sign here. Oh my gosh, hi Justin. What's up? Give us some updates.
What's up, brother? Yeah, I'll give you, I don't mean to interrupt, but yeah, we can hop right in. I'll show you, give you a look around at where we are. So we came over to Dealey and we're doing a vigil for our band. And here you can see the candles we've got lit. So we've got the nice queue. As wow. They get to see what's here. People are taking pictures in it, but we're making sure the cars get a good view of it. So as they drive by, they know exactly what's up. We gathered earlier to sing some songs and just playing some music of all these fallen heroes, or that aren't fallen. All these warriors that sacrificed, paid the ultimate sacrifice. And yeah, it's been an absolutely incredible day here. We were in Dealey just about all day over on, I'll show you. I don't know if y'all tuned into my live I did earlier, but we were on that bridge over there. Just had a whole bunch of signs. Yeah, and it was fantastic. Yeah, really, really great day. Really beautiful day. And now we're here just paying homage to this experience. 1122, where it all began.
Is this most of the Q army from negative, or?
Yeah. I mean, same group who I've been here with. I'm not trading groups. It's not like I'm hopping around and have multiple groups in Dallas.
It's the same 65 strong, right?
It's about 100, between 100 and 150 that kind of show up. It varies because some people go home and some people come back. Yeah, I'll see if Michael was just here a second ago. I'll see if he wants to speak. But yeah, I don't mean to interrupt. I was just gonna pop in and say hello for a second, give y'all an update on where we are.
That is awesome.
Thank you for doing that, Justin.
Eugene, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Okay. Justin, can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can hear you dimly. I mean, it's kind of loud here, but I can hear you.
Okay, yeah. So Colleen and I, it was just brilliant because we were so busy today, and then your live basically came on when we had a little break to be able to have some food and prepare for the show tonight. So we got to watch, and we just thought you did such a wonderful job, and we thought that there was such a glow and a peace about you, and then everyone you talked to, it was beautiful. That's why we're saying, I mean, what you're doing there, all of you, is really such a miracle. It's because it's so beautiful. You're spreading truth
And creating heaven on earth.
and creating heaven on earth. Yeah, this love.
It feels that way. Like it truly does feel that way. I mean, I can't even tell you the amount of people are just healing such profound, like going through such profound life changes, and they're just letting these weights lift and fly away, and you can just feel that energy shift within people. It's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. Like there's one woman here, you know, I won't share her name, but her family is trying to, they just flew to Dallas without telling her, and are trying to like convince her to come with them. And so she's powerfully saying like, no, I'm not, you're not, you don't own me. Like I'm going to establish my boundaries, and you can't infringe upon that. Like, and so that's just a powerful opportunity. And I told her, I was like, this is a powerful opportunity for you to step into who you are, to practice sovereignty with the very people, you know, that you grew up with. And that's why in the book of Matthew, Jesus talks about how we have to leave our born family behind. And it's not because we don't love them, but if they're holding us back, we have to say, okay, well, I have to go. You're always welcome to come with me. I'm always going to reach down my hand and be that cue and say, hey, come on, you can raise with me. That's all fine and dandy, but I'm not going to sink down and stay with you. I can't stay here. So yeah, it's just, it's amazing to witness. It's amazing to be a part of. And yeah, it really is. I don't have a lot of words for it, but it's incredible.
And I heard a lot of these people haven't heard of like Tantra. I heard a lot of these people haven't heard about like Tantra and what to eat, and you guys are teaching them such and such.
Yeah, I mean, whenever we get the chance, we've sort of dropped little bits and pieces about those harder hitting truths that not many people talk about, and certainly not people don't talk about them all together. You know, to fit all the pieces together is a very rare thing. So we've mentioned them, and then people have come to us with questions on what that means further. And so it's been really beautiful sharing that, you know, because everyone here is hungry for the truth and is looking for it, and so is open to these ideas of, oh wow, we have been lied to about everything, like literally all of it, including sex. That's definitely one of the biggest ones, and it's not talked about ever. But yeah, it's cool sharing that kind of stuff.
I mean that's the Taurus field. Sex is rhythmic, balanced interchange. So you're literally telling them the whole story. Oh, it's the brother Aaron.
What's up, brother?
We love you, buddy.
I love you.
Saw you today on Justin's live. And how about Katie, that 21-year-old parrot? Wow.
Right?
That was great.
It's wild, baby. She just goes wherever he does. She's always on his shoulder, just hanging out. They don't bother him. Like she goes in the restaurant with him, you know, just hanging out.
Awesome.
Great.
Awesome.
It's nice to see our family growing exponentially.
Truly. Wow. Yeah, and that's what happens when we align ourselves with the truth. We always see each other again. And that's what I tell people here. There's that sense of familiarity, you know, the family, because we've all done this before. We all make this, all of our souls are inclined to this righteous choice, this righteous path. So of course we're going to see each other again. Of course we're going to find each other again, because it is the one path, and it becomes straighter and narrower as you go along. So it becomes more and more refined, so the less and less people there. So the familiarity is there of these souls that have done this over and over again, which is the Jesus strand. That's refining into that path and saying, making that righteous choice. I think a lot of us here, people, especially people who come from more traumatizing backgrounds and families and difficulties, they chose to have like some extra layers of difficulty to overcome in their lifetime, but they still have these righteous souls that ultimately break free of that. But having those kind of difficulties at the get-go provides bonus points, if you will. This is that extra. Yeah, exactly, friction. Just because, and that creates a more bountiful ending. More bountiful reward.
It creates an opening. What did you say, Charlie? An abrasion.
An abraxas.
An abraxas, an abrasion. That's right. Abra. Beautiful. I mean, honestly, guys, just beautiful. And again, I think I think most of you get this, but how perfect is it that Justin and Aaron are there, because right now you're in the eye of the storm. This is where you need to be. And there's a reason why you're in Dallas. And this goes all the way back to
There are no coincidences.
107 and his brilliant movie with Jennifer Mack. And that was, the makings of a perfect day. And what Juan talked about is that there's a pestilence that settled over this land, and it will not pass until we right the wrong. And we're not going anywhere until we right the wrong. And remember, it was a wrong in every part of the world, because every country loved that man. Every country knew that he was their hope for freedom, for a real chance at freedom moving forward. And again, that's, like we saw in the Batman movies, you have to become more than just a man, because they can shoot a man, they can ignore a man, they can silence a man, but you can't shoot, silence, or stop an idea. Q is that idea. Q is the Batman. The Batman is a symbol that is bigger than...
We should have had you talk to the prostitute that showed up here.
No, you guys are...
Oh,
You guys are doing it all. Michael, it's wonderful to see you. Wow.
Hi, Mike.
We saw...
I gotta get down like this just to hear you.
We saw a beautiful presentation of yours today. You were just so passionate at doling out the gematria. It was wonderful.
I would lie, but I couldn't show you. What'd you see? What'd you see at Michael's?
Michael was in his shorts on, I feel, looked like the grassy knoll, and there was a big, or maybe closer to the book depository, and he was talking to quite a group of people around him, and he was very animate. I think Michael at the time was on 143. Was he on 143? But he was just doing all the gematria. It was wonderful because it was so
143. One of those times. Yeah, I mean, it's whenever Michael gets on a roll, the crowd usually gathers and it continues, and then he gets more animated and it gets better, and then I start bobbling my head because it just blows my mind. And
he gave up last night. He says, "No more, I'm done. He could."
I was so tired.
Not tired.
He found a new link that was even more ridiculous, and then you kept going after that point. And I bet you still got more left from that too, right? You haven't shared it all. I bet.
He just it's too much. It's just yeah.
Well, he holds them back, and he does them just in little spurts here and there, just a theatrical effect,
It's fun.
Video the whole thing. I'm gonna send it to Justin so he can send it to John.
Yeah, perfect. What's that?
John Juan.
John Juan?
I tell him my name is John. This is J-A-N.
Yeah, I know. John. Yeah.
So that's because it's a guy's name. It's not a girl's.
No, I know.
But my wife is Julie. Remember,
Yeah, I don't want to interrupt. Y'all can
My wife and I and my 2 daughters.
Yeah, just feel free to mute me if it gets too much.
Yeah. But it's kind of hard to forget guys who fell down.
I used to be a professional boxer. One of you guys
Bill Donald Trump has been tweeting up a storm today. And one of the tweets that he released was, "It's been activated." And Ghost Patriot just sent us a message saying, "Tell Justin and Michael to look at Il Donato's latest post. It's huge. It's huge."
Like, as in just a few minutes ago?
I guess, yeah, because that post just came a few seconds ago.
That would be Twitter, right? Or
Yeah, I think so.
I don't have Twitter.
Ooh, baby.
We've been kicked off of every platform. So when you ask us to go to Facebook, we can't, and Twitter, we can't, and Instagram, we can't. Yeah, Charlie, you disappeared for a while. They fucking deplatformed us from everything. Charlie, did you go into hiding for a while? No, they deplatformed us from everything. Yeah, except for Rumble. And not a lot of people go to Rumble.
Wow, did you see it? So,
What does it
did you
say?
see the post?
No.
Okay, I'll read it. So it's a video of JFK addressing the American Newspaper Publishers Association, and it just says, "Good night, my beautiful patriots. Give your family a huge hug and remind them that you love them. John was not a Republican, but his heart was in the right place, and he genuinely cared for the people. And we, the people, love him and will honor him by finishing what he started." So, I mean, that even in and of itself, just like literally, is huge. But I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of capital letters in there that I'm sure you could decode to get some deeper messages out of that.
And remember that speech, that presentation to the American Press Writers Association, that was the secret society speech. That was the cabal speech.
That's where he said the only thing that's repugnant in a free and open society is secrecy. Wow. And so, wow. I mean, it just continued. I am in such awe to trying to wrap my head how this man knew what he was setting himself up for, knew he was preparing for this moment to sacrifice it all, kind of like like Jesus, or like Aslan in the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe.
Exactly like Aslan as well, and nobody could figure out. But remember, folks, remember what we said the last few nights, exactly like Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ did not get captured. It was not, the betrayal of Judas was not that Jesus was put into captivity and there was nothing he could do, and he was a victim and he was put to death because they had power over him. Jesus Christ had the power to turn Jerusalem on its head. He had the power to rain fire and brimstone upon Jerusalem and walk free at any moment. He allowed that to happen to himself. John F. Kennedy, Mrs. Lincoln, his secretary, pleading with him, don't go, Mr. President, don't go to Dallas. And he said, I have to go. Because if ultimately, if they want to get me, they can get me on Sunday in church. They can get me anywhere. These are heroes. These are leaders. These are divine souls that sacrificed the physical for eternity.
Yeah, they're showing each of us what's possible. Not that it's restrictive to just any specific souls or specific people, but it's the process we all must go through in our own unique way. But it's all dying of the physical, letting all of that go. And so many people here, and so many people, I'm sure, in the chat and in our community, and people we know have gone through and are going through this death of the physical, death of the old world, death of the old way, letting that all go. all of these restrictions, all these ties, all of these conditions, ties to jobs and to relationships that don't serve us, and all these different things. That's the death. That's the death, and then the resurrection that follows. Because when we truly step off that ledge, when we walk off of it on through the precipice with faith, no fear, then that's what allows that resurrection to truly occur.
Amen. And I mean, you hit it right there. It's the right kind of death, which is DI, right? Which is the balancing, as we were talking about, the Taurus field, which is, again, in the Gospel of Thomas, it says, he who stands at the beginning shall know the end, or it could be the opposite way around. But God is 26, right? God is 26. Yod He Vav He comes out to 26. And then you add it up, it becomes 8, which is Scorpio. And Scorpio happens to be the sign of death, but it's also life and then regeneration. And we just came out of Scorpio too, which is interesting. We're entering Sagittarius. But yeah, so this right kind of death, I remember Krishnamurti once said, but is death really an end, or is it a continuation? Because what he meant by that is it's a renewal, and then continuation, right? It's continuing to die, continuing to be here and to die of the ego. And then he says something like remove the me, or remove the I. So to, take yourself aside and then let some bigger event or something bigger than you happen.
Beautiful, guys.
Yeah, I mean, that is that surrender. It's that, because it's surrendering to the knowing that you're connected to the one infinite creator, you're connected to God. And since you are a part of God, like, of course God's going to take care of you, and of course God's only going to lead you to the most abundant and beautiful space possible, because God is you and you are God. You are not the God, but you are part of God. And so it would be insanity not to trust it. It is insanity. Well, I guess I should use a different word. It's insanity to trust it. It's the most sane thing you could possibly do, is trusting this one infinite creator that created you and is you and is always guiding you and is part of you. It would be ludicrous, crazy, to not trust it.
It would be an illusion or a delusion.
Yeah, that's all it is. That's all separation is.
Something that I'll interject and have Justin and anyone there and Eugene speak to it as well is, once again, how do we all know commonsensically right now, before anything else is dropped or anything else happens, how do you know that there is this Christic divine bloodline that's been kept alive? How do you know that what we're being told is true and real, and that the names mentioned make sense, are consistent, that this is a truthful story? Who are the only people in our recent history that we know anything about that have done anything to stop these vampires? Once again, let's go through the list. Abraham Lincoln to Henry Ford, Henry Ford to Adolf Hitler, Adolf Hitler, Joe Kennedy, Adolf Hitler, Joe Kennedy, Henry Ford, John Kennedy, Donald Trump. They're the only ones. They're the only ones. What have we heard? Abraham Lincoln to the JFK to Donald Trump, right? It all fits. It all fits. They're the only ones that did anything to stand up for this. So this day, this 11/22 on the 33rd parallel, this 11/22/33, which is 66, this is not just for JFK. This is also for Abraham Lincoln. This is for what happened to Adolf Hitler and what happened to the German people, and to the Italian, what happened to the Japanese, the real Holocaust. And this is for Robert Kennedy, and this is for Malcolm X, and this is for Martin Luther King. This is for all of these righteous souls who have the courage to stand up to this fucking evil and to say no more. And now God has been activated, because enough energy, power, signal, prayer has been properly sent, and it's over. It's over for them. And common sense shows you these things. And if you guys want to speak to that, I'd love to hear it.
Well, I mean, just from a large perspective, it has to be this way, because the sort of darker aspect of ourselves can't ever win. So there's always this counterbalance that always corrects itself, corrects us, gets us back on the path. We've veered off of it probably farther than we've ever been before, but that just means the correction is going to be that much grander than it's ever been before as well, which is going to be miraculous and stupid. Yeah, just absolutely, yeah, miraculous. That's the word for it. Full of miracles to see it come to fruition. But this bloodline is that is helping to guide this righteousness in, has always been there. But I would say that, you know, until this point, they really have had to be more discreet in their operations, because this whole era was designed for that sort of left-hand path to flourish, to give us that dip down into the depths experience that we all consciously said we wanted, by allowing this sort of depravity to continue. So we all signed up for it in some degree or another. And so now it's being guided back in by these same souls who have been stewarding this righteous path and preserving it. Yeah, now we're just witnessing all of that unfold, you know, because it's not bound by any particular lifetime of these beings. It's a continuation of a grand plan that was always designed to go this way. You know, the details in between, the nuances that are always different because of free will are there, but the overarching scheme of how it has to play out is inevitable. And those who help carry the story along always reveal themselves at the exact opportune moments to steward everyone else and into our positions. And we all realize what roles we were playing and how we were orchestrating, and just all a part of this fantastic movie that we wanted to sign up for. But it's getting to the really, really good parts. You know, this is the climax of the story where it all, everything that seemed impossibly hopeless and seemed so dark and inevitably lost, we're going to see that turning point where yeah, the best part of the story, the one that everyone holds their breath for and gets you know, the really good and juicy parts. So I'm not sure if that really answered your question, but that's what came.
Oh, that's great. And listen, remember, Justin made a really, really great point. You know, that we've hit a turning and that this is the good part, the exciting part, and we're coming close to the climax of all of this. Remember, because remember what Justin said, it was such darkness until Trump declared that he was going to run, and then suddenly he, as part of his platform, he said, I want to take down the swamp. There was no hope. There was no hope. There was only this feeling of inevitability that we were going to lose and we were going to all get taken down, and it was just evil. And that's why so many of us, all three of us here, felt the same way, which is that somehow, some way, Hillary had to lose. You know, didn't know too much about Trump, but Hillary had to lose. She had to lose. We could not let that evil win that election. But there was no hope. Trump gave hope. He did. Trump gave hope, and then he delivered on that hope. Promises made, promises kept. And these people in the truth community that just to this day tear on this guy are so full of shit. It's incredible, because how can you not see? This is all you can ask out of any politician, any president, is promises made, promises kept, because that hasn't happened. And he did. And he never varied once. It's his presidency, but they don't see this. And you know, they don't want to attach this to a team or a plan, whatever, but give the man credit, because for a 4-year term, that was the best presidency that we ever saw, because it was honest, it was transparent, it was straightforward. And from the get-go, the first thing that Trump said, besides after he campaigned on, I'm going to drain the swamp, got into office, and the first thing he said, child trafficking will be #1 priority set for this government. Human trafficking, and in particular child trafficking. So promises made, promises kept. And this is a divine presidency. And then you make this connection all the way back to Abraham Lincoln. It all fits. It all fits. It all fits. It all fits. It fits hand to glove.
Yeah, it's just the one story. It's just that one story, and it's playing out on every level. It's playing out in our own lives and what we're experiencing, in close proximity, and it's playing out on the larger scale and the larger events of playing out. Yeah, it's amazing to witness. It's amazing to be a part of, and because those of us who are paying attention and know that it's this one story, we know that this is the good part. There's still those who aren't paying attention and still thinking that it's getting dark and scary, but that's for their specific movie to be that way, to give them that opportunity to have that, I guess, realization that God is still here, to experience that precipice and that feel those fears as fiercely as need to be felt, so that when God comes around the corner and reveals himself, you're like, you never needed to fear. I was always there. It's going to be that much more tangible of a lesson to remember, so that hopefully we won't have to go through this in this sort of drastic of a way again.
Yeah, and then again, the left-hand path is the sinister path, and that's the only path they kind of offered us. So yeah, it's going to be amazing when there's peace on earth, and it's only about right action. It's only about the right-hand path, and then we were getting into like the vertical and the horizontal earlier. Well, till now we were just falling down the vertical. It was just an electric transverse wave, like constantly in the beta, the matrix, and it's amazing to see that now that we've gone to the right, because the horizontal is the magnetic, because it's the longitudinal. So now that we got that balanced with the vertical, we can rise with the mother instead of ejaculate the chi. And essentially that's what they've been doing till now. It's just making us complete cabal agents and agent smiths. So
Yeah, I mean, that's how the system sort of preserves itself. It's not that they have strength in numbers, because we know that's not the case. It's just they trick other people into preserving the system to, like you said, be those agent smiths that hold it all together. And it's all fear-based. It's this disease that spreads. Not that diseases spread that way, but fear certainly does. It spreads in that capacity where, when one person's full of it, they can easily infect another person with it, and it just holds it all together and keeps it going, and works well from that capacity. Gotta admire that. But it's also easy to break too, because you just have to poke a few holes with truth. Be like, oh wait, this is all fake. This is all made up. None of this stands, and it all just falls away. And that's what we're witnessing.
Yeah, thank you, Justin and Eugene. And listen, what I remember so much, I remember so many things about President Kennedy's presidency. But again, right from the beginning, one of the very first things that President Kennedy did was to create the Peace Corps. And this was an opportunity to give the youth of America a chance to get out of America and to go see the whole rest of the world, but not asking what the rest of the world could do for them, but what they could do for the rest of the world. And his inauguration speech, President Kennedy's speech, was confronting a new generation. A torch has been passed, has been handed over to a new generation of Americans who will not shirk from the challenges that have come before, but are here to seek the light and are here to seek and administer that light. So we're looking for peace, but we're not going to shy away from a fight ever. And then in that speech, what did he say? Ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country. And that it was the whole basis to the Peace Corps, was not saying, I want a handout. No, I want an opportunity to help others. And that was not fear-based. That was not an ugly American. That was not America poking their nose into the rest of the world, causing death and destruction. That was peace. That was love. That was unity consciousness. That was two worlds being drawn into one. That's what that man stood for. Everything he did was not out of fear. It was out of truth and on and the integrity and the transparency in his speeches. Insane. So you go from those 3 key speeches. You go from speaking to the News Writer Association, which was the secret society speech, and then you go to the American University speech in August. And then just before he went to Dallas, the speech with United Nations, where he's talking about bringing all the troops home, and that no troops abroad, and that we're here to take care of our problems, and if people need help, they have to ask us, and if they ask us, then we'll go. It's kind, man. It's not warmongering or fear. It's kindness. We'll help, but you have to ask, and it's free will, and he stood for everything that was right.
And maybe even harmony, because Justin was saying, orchestra. It really is like oh my gosh, hey Michael. It really is like an orchestra. Like the main way they kind of cause destruction is with harmonics, right? It's like what we're thinking is music. And then if you look at the word cosmic, it's just music with the C, if vowels are interchangeable. So it's see the music. And then basically all these people have been participating in these vibrations that have not been helping us. Charlie always says brainwaves determine your reality. So, all these people have been destroying ourselves, each other and ourselves. And then someone like JFK comes along and actually wants to harmonize. By the way, harmony is Horus and moon. So someone who wants to bring the moon and the sun back instead of, cause disharmony, we shoot, or the cabal shoots, or at least they have to put a story that way because the cabal is so dangerous. What kind of a world have we contributed to?
Crazy. Mike, welcome to the show. Wonderful to see you. You're looking great again. Do you have any news on Penny? Is Penny okay?
She's doing much better. She had a leak, some leakage after her surgeries, and they had to go back in and find it and get it closed up.
There were tons of prayers, tons of focused thought, focused meditation for Penny. There was tons on the show. Hallelujah.
And we did the same, and I'm sure as many others have. And thank y'all. God is good, man. The vibration that Justin has just shared and Aaron has been sharing just the past few minutes now is so huge. Is so huge. And so I'm so grateful for being able to sit outside and listen, and also watch the chat along with it, and the beautiful people in the chat. It's the greatest time to be alive. It is the greatest time to be alive.
It's a treasure.
Yes.
Yeah, so beautifully said, and it's a very special chat. Justin and I have said so many times that what we'd like to just do is just a show with really nothing, but just talking to everyone in the chat. And Mike you do that a lot, where just the questions, right? And then you just get a conversation going, and it leads to follow-up questions. Because your chat is very much like our chat, which is, for the most part, very, very enlightened souls who have really important, good questions or good information, good intel. So it's a heck of a crew. You do things for the right reason, you're going to attract the right people into your life. This is magnetism, which is what we taught tonight on the show. And I was going to say, Justin, boy, I highly recommend that you recommend the video to everyone in the group to watch, because we didn't, Eugene? We just absolutely obliterated Einstein. We absolutely obliterated the cabal. We obliterated the globular Earth, gravity equals MC squared, theory of relativity. We destroyed it all. We did in plain sight, so easy to do. And then what we showed with magnetism is that God is at the center of all things, and that 1 + 1 = 1, because you can string as many magnets together in a row, there's still only one positive, one negative. It doesn't matter, you can have it out. So it destroys this Euclidean math that we've been taught, which is division out there, 1 + 1, this object plus that object equals 2. That's Euclidean mathematics, and it divides us and conquers us. But magnetism mathematics, which is God mathematics, 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus, it all equals 1. 1 plus 1 equals 1, because it all goes back to singularity with God. And you string magnets together, no matter how many in a row, it doesn't matter. There's still only one positive and one negative. There's only one magnet. And that is the true math of this world. 1 plus 1 equals 1.
And the most important thing Charlie said is that we are the center, that you carry the center around everywhere you go, that you know, don't look for the center outside, that we have it within us, whether it's the eye, whether it's the heart, whether it's the lamb, whether it's the lion. And funny enough, center is see and enter. So once you see, you enter. And you enter where? The core, which is see, the or, which is the ether, right? So the core, the ether is in you. And that, funny enough, centaur is center. It's just another word for center. And we just entered the centaur. So now it's time to transmute that beast, that lower horse nature, into the higher. It's mutable fire, and it's the 9th sign. What is 9? Is I. So it's the sign of seeing. It's the sign, because it says, because Sagittarius is I see. The Saggy sits down and rests at the solstice and sees. So yeah, and it's dying, by the way, Justin. So it's so interesting how you brought that up.
Awesome, brother. Wow. Yeah, I'm excited to go back and watch that. I keep telling, you know, I keep putting other videos, like all the ones that you guys have done that I haven't been a part of, and of things that need to watch whenever things start slowing down. But then I laugh at myself because I don't think things are slowing down. Like, it only goes from here to like, oh man, I can't even imagine. But
yeah, they're actually speeding up.
Yeah, right. So slowing down from this point.
I would have. What do you got there, Charlie?
Justin and Aaron, to just take a look at the image here. This is one of the first things we showed tonight, just showing the truth. That just blows their bullshit lies away. So what they say with the symbol for eternity, which is upon the horizontal axis, is the 8, but it's on the horizontal axis. What the Kabbalistic system tells us is that this is 360 degrees, but it's not, because you have 2 circles that create the eternal 8. So that's 360, 360, but that's only one axis. See, this is what they do. They only teach you one part of the story, but there's 2 parts of the story, which is the vertical axis, which is us. We rise and we fall. We are the child. And so the horizontal axis exists because it's the bottom, the base. We have to have an earth to stand upon. So this is our creation, and our duty is either to rise or fall, and we fall upon the horizontal axis. So you see, this creates the cross. So the very basis to God's creation is the cross, and that because of this, there's not one 360 degree, there's 4 360 degrees, because this is the eternal 8 upon the horizontal plane, this is the plane of inertia, which is the planet Eartha. And this is the vertical axis of the child that grows out of the interaction, the sacred sex between the father and the mother, where X marks the spot. And we're born out of this on the vertical axis, 360, 360, 360, 360. 4 360s equals 1440, 144. The chosen ones that wear the mark, the blood of the perfect lamb upon their brow, the 144,000. You align yourself by being righteous upon the physical plane, and you become this steadfast cross to God. I mean, it's just absolutely perfect. And this is what we just showed all through the night, destroying the bullshit of Einstein, theory of relativity, gravity, globular earth, everything. We just destroyed it all. And at the center of everything, always it came back to these sacred numbers. It came back to God. It came back to these frequencies. It's just magical. It's purely magical. So, and another big thing that I unveil to everyone tonight is that, folks, you know, if all of this is the duality, and that we have a choice between electricity or magnetism, then there has to be eternal electricity as well. So magnetism, we know, is eternal because it's perpetual. It's perpetual motion, so it's eternal. But electricity has to be perpetual as well. So it's hilarious because they tell us that, you know, we have to manufacture electricity, so we need hydroelectric dams. or we need coal, or we need, you know, this, that, or the other thing. We always have to do something to create or manufacture this electricity. Are you freaking kidding me? It's called atmospheric discharge. And that's Benjamin Franklin. Benjamin Franklin, what did he do? Took string, attached it to a balloon, and to the string in the balloon, he attached a metal key, and then he launched it up into an electrical storm. And what did it produce? A source of electrical energy on the earth. It's that simple. So atmospheric discharge exists in every single moment and every single parcel of the air. Electricity is eternal. So what are they doing building hydroelectric dams? Flooding the ground. What are they hiding underneath the ground that they flood? This is Cain versus Abel. This is cannibal. This is blood drinkers. This is vampires. Everything they've been doing is cover for their night job. Their day job is just to create cover. So there's never been a need for electricity. There's never been a need for us manually to spend all this money and do all these things to rape and mutilate the earth to create electricity. It exists eternally, powerfully within the atmosphere, but it's volatile. It's dangerous. Why would you want to use electricity when magnetism is a closed system? It's secure, it's safe, so you have a choice, and it's left brain, right brain. So yeah, this is some of the stuff that we were doing tonight, Justin. It is really, really cool. So I think your audience will love it.
Wow, that's profound.
Crazy.
That's
Yeah.
but it makes, yeah, it has to be, because of course it is, because this is duality. So the duality opposite of magnetism would also have to be perpetual, but like you said, it's dangerous to use. It represents that dying electrical circuit that burns itself out. And but yeah, of course they have to lie to us about that. And so the reason for the dams is just to flood what they've done, you know, or and what better way symbolically than these vampires, than just to siphon off another one of our life sources, another one of our blood and arteries, our veins, and our rivers, and to distort them and to find some way to put their vampiric espionage, or, you know, their distortion within that too. Makes total sense why they would do that. Watch the water.
And really quickly, again, this is how we blew equals MC squared right out of the water. Because what we establish is that it's the vortice, or the intersection between the two you know, the two planes. So we have the vertical plane and the horizontal plane. So wherever they interact or interchange with each other, this is that 0 point. And by the way, that's where we were showing through the, you know, the basic system of how all of true mathematics works, is that the 0 point is the intersection of the axes of the horizontal and the vertical plane. And so 0 point energy would come from this intersection, which would be the center of our Earth, which is Mount Meru. So Mount Meru is the center point, this God point where everything comes from. So in their system, 0 has no value, right? So we always, you know, we always discount the 0, no 0, no 0. So they only count the ones, and then they use Euclidean math and they divide and conquer. So they add them all up together, and that 0 has no value. 0 has all value because 0 has all power. All roads lead to Rome. And magnetism, it all comes out from the circle, and then it returns back to the circle. So this is a system that there's nothing in and everything out. The opposite of what they teach. Magnetism needs nothing to start it. It needs no replenishing. It is eternal. And so it is the beginning, the middle, and it is the end, is the 0 point. So what they show us with equals MC squared is this little graph. But see, this is what they do. They divide and conquer. They're only showing you one part of this. If this is the center access point, then this is how it works. And everybody knows this. You know anything about mathematics, this is how it has to work. There has to be this is the positive. So this is M, the mass, and this is C, the constant, and there's energy. And so therefore there has to be a negative, positive and negative. There has to be a whole. They only teach half. There has to be. So what's missing here? This line. What's missing here? This line. Because if there's that line, there has to be this line. If there's this energy, there has to be that energy. If there's this line, there has to be this line. And if this line exists, then this line has to exist. And what did we just create? We just created, by telling the whole truth of their lie, we just created a circle with a radial pattern of flow, which is magnetism. This is what magnetism is. It is a pulsation from the center 0 point to all points. And with magnetism, no one can collect more magnetic energy than any other person. It's equally distributed. So magnetism is non-discriminatory. It's non-racial. It's non-biased. It is equal. Where we go one, we go all. And that's what magnetism is, because it's fair. So in the future, no one can collect more magnetism than anybody else and attempt to sell it. It's the end of the cabal. And that's why they only show you one part of the story. And I just showed you the whole story. And what does it show you? This is a magnetic field. And this is centripetal. This is the centripetal force. And this is the centrifugal force. And the centrifugal force aligns itself, and back to the center it goes. And so when you look at the Earth in terms of an actual construction, you hear a lot about this hollow Earth, but it's not, the Earth is not hollow. I mean, people can't drill more than 8 miles, but it is a cylindrical Earth. And of course it has to be, because we're a torus field, we are a toroidal field. And the toroidal field has to allow for eternal passage of energy, which is what magnetism is. So once again, here's the middle plane, here's Mount Meru, and magnetic energy uncoils and spirals up, and it creates the firmament here and here, but it has to return home. So it doesn't stop upon the level. It continues here and it returns home, and it continues here and it returns home. So when you look at the Earth, you have to look at it like this, that at the very center, inner, is the cylinder, and that is a true toroidal field. And this is it. So all is created out of everything. So the zero, they say the zero has no value. Zero is God, because that's the monadic circle. Mono, one, God, A1, one God, A1. This is the mono, the monadic circle, how we meditate to the monadic circle. And then all the energy is created out here. Nothing has to be added to magnetism. Electricity, they tell you got to have more, got to have more, got to have more, got to add more fuel, got to rake the Earth, got to charge you for this because we need more and more and more. Bullshit, 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 bullshit. There is eternal, and it recirculates itself. And so at the center is this tube, cylindrical Earth upon the middle plane, upon the middle way. It's just genius. It's brilliant. And it's multicultural. It's unilateral. It's brilliant. There's no division. There's no separation. There's no racial inequity. Everything is equal. Everything is fair. Where we go one, we go all, and that's our creation.
It's the ratio.
Just like the diagram you showed earlier with the cross. I mean, it's just another example of the same structure that as above, so below. It's us. In a hyperboloid, the torus field, you know, it's the potentiality that where everything exists from, the potentiality of the seed of the nothingness of the zero. So beautiful. Thank you, Charlie. Beautiful to put all that together.
That's right. And Aaron, isn't that cool? Because everyone's been hearing about 0 point energy. I just showed you the zero and the point. The point in the zero. So moving forward, we're going to have free energy from 0 point energy. Yeah, that's right. No more middleman, Trump says. Make America great again. MAGA, we're going direct to source. Magnetism is from God. MAGA. So how are we going to make America great again? Mag, which is magnetism, which is motion, and then which is God. So that's the zero, that's the point, that's 0 point energy, God, eternal perpetual energy. And we destroyed you know, the three laws of thermodynamics, which are just completely insane if you just look at them themselves, that energy can neither be created nor destroyed. But the second law of thermodynamics is that left to itself within a system, it will decay over time, you know, entropy or atrophy.
And then where do we get it? Where do we get this energy? We go meditate, stillness and silence. This is all we have to do to recharge this battery that we've left for so long. Is we've got to go back to meditation. That's what 0 point is for us. And how do we find this magnetism inside of us? Is meditation, shutting the brain off.
Yeah.
And then the only way. And then we have that arc, that random act of kindness to get it started. Just start it off.
And once again, there's one act of random kindness right there, because this is how it's created. There's the ark of the covenant. There, as above, so below, as within, so without, as the universe, so with the soul. There it is. One act of random kindness, and then goodness mother rises and creates the ark. And this is the firmament. And so when people ask, what's the firmament? It's magnetism. Of course it is, because it's a field. So then what's electricity? Electricity is the rain within the storm in the peace. This is the peace, and then the downward causation, as Tesla described electricity. This is this red rain. This is the toxic rain of electricity, which is a downward causation. And then it just pisses their backs, and you can choose, or you can choose.
And wearing the armor of God is being fully magnetic. And then when that's the force, that's going to be our protection and our energy that always keeps us going. So it's the force and the protection all built in one. Why wouldn't you want to be magnetic? Why wouldn't you want to go into magnetism? Why wouldn't you want to change your food? Why wouldn't you want to change your thoughts? This is everything that we've been wanting for, been longing for. This is it.
It's just it keeps you moving forward.
Absolutely.
And it's also funny because I searched some covenant on etymology, and it means to like to go or to come, and then also like together. So it's about coming together. And then, of course, the arc is the wave, right? Because electricity arcs again. And if I could go into it just a bit, you know, Charlie had drawn the whole 8-spoke wheel, the Dharma wheel of right action. Well, before you draw it, you have that one monetic point of treasure. And what is treasure? It's physical, Rhea, so it's the mother sine wave. Which is gold, or it's the ore, which is fire, because we purify in the baptism of fire. And then we have ether. So it's the sine wave in the physical form of the mother as gold, which is the ether. Isn't that amazing? And so how do we start off? We start off with the cardinal cross. We start off with the 4 seasons. And that's God in stillness. And then, and what do we call this? We call this addition. We add on. And Adon is just another name for Adonis, which is the sun. All is Adon, all is Aton, right? And it's funny how when you turn it 45 degrees, because Trump is the 45th president, and 4 and 5 is consciousness, is divine 9, it becomes multiplication, and it's God in action. And it just happens to be that this 8-spoke wheel is the cross-quarter days. So the Vatican, you know, they have all the occult sciences they're studying. They have, here is Cancer, and here is Capricorn in their little dial, and their little dick dial they have. And basically when it goes from the equator up to Cancer, and then goes back down to Libra, and then goes down to Capricorn, it's all the zodiac, it's the one science. And so they're just showing God in stillness and God in multiplication. And we call it times, right? Times. Yeah, we always times this, times that.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. That is awesome.
That was awesome.
I love it. Thank you. Yeah, Michael's over here listening, and he's barely keeping up.
You're smoking my brain.
Look at the beauty. We need to add God in our life, because add is symbolized by a cross, and add is 1, 4, 4. So you have to wear the mark of the perfect lamb upon your brow, which is the chosen ones, which is 144,000. And all you needed to do all along was just to add. Just need to add things together. And remember, 1 + 1 = 1. And that destroys Euclidean mathematics, because all there is is the 0 point. And so we're going to move forward with free energy, 0 point. And Trump says, make America great again. MAGA, MAGA, MAG is the zero, and God is the point in the zero, is the monadic point in the zero. So it's God's eternal energy, which is magnetism. It's just freaking incredible, because no matter how physical you get with any of this stuff, it always takes you back to God in the metaphysical and Christ in the metaphysical. And everywhere you look, there's crosses and 144, and it's just incredible.
It is. It's absolutely incredible, and that's all we've been doing here, just continually proving God exists in many different ways. And yeah, you know, I had one fellow come over here and say, I know you, Jan.
Jan is my name.
He said, I know you from the show with Charlie. And I was like, well, do you want to talk to Charlie? He's right here. So
my name is Jan Horn. My wife and my 2 daughters and I, we live just outside of Dallas here in Rockwell. We're just like 25 miles from here. I'm originally from South Africa, came over being a professional boxer and Texas champion in 94. And good to see you guys and appreciate all you guys are doing. Really, really blessing. I mean, we're all in it together, all for the same end result. So that's what it's all about. Just blessings to you guys.
That's
Appreciate
awesome.
you all.
Don't fight me.
Wait,
Excuse me.
what'd you say?
I said, that's awesome, and please don't fight me.
No. I was a fighter in the ring. Now I'm a lover. My wife and I.
What? For righteousness. He only needs it for righteousness.
Absolutely.
So if you needed to use it as
So
such,
you better repent or else.
Yeah, exactly. Atonement. We dish out some atonement here and there.
Absolutely. We're fighting for the Lord now.
Yes, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Well, thanks,
Well,
brother.
thanks a lot, guys. You have a good one.
Yes.
Nice to see you.
Yeah, you too.
You have a good
John, thank you.
That's awesome. But yeah,
I mean,
I'm a lover.
it's this kind of little magical stuff that happens all the time. Oh, Shelly, you want to say hi to Charlie? Here's Shelly. Shelly's our angel. She helps us with everything. She's basically in charge. We love her dearly.
I don't know about that. How are you
Yes,
guys?
Charlie.
Shelly, what's up?
And Mike.
Look at there, Mike Denny. Hey. Oh, we're having a blast.
Well, thank you for doing it, because you're giving so much beautiful godly energy to everyone watching. So this is what you're doing is so important. This is really, really, really important, and you're helping to cleanse the evil that occurred 50 some odd years ago. And your boots on the ground, and for not only us but for God as well. And we appreciate it so much. We really do.
Well, thank you. And we feel it, don't we, guys?
We
I mean,
do.
it's amazing to see God at work, and just see the love and the energy. The energy is amazing. So, yeah, can't wait to see what's next. Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to
I
interrupt.
know, you're all good.
And keyword, you said blast, and blast is be last. And Michael always preaches that you have to be last to be first. So I guess when we're having a blast.
Yes,
love
yes, I love it. I love you, Mike Penny.
Love you, dear. Good to see you.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks,
God
Shelly.
bless you, dear.
God bless you.
Awesome. I think Charlie's about to hit us with 87, God's math.
Well, it just, no matter where you go in God's creation, just like Mike was saying, and Aaron was saying, and Justin was saying, and Eugene was saying, no matter where you go with any of this, it always leads back to Most High. It always leads back to the divine. It always leads back to God. So all these sacred numbers, the circle of 360 degrees, the 24-hour clock, double it, or the or the torus field, the number 8, the 2 circles, 720 degrees. Or if you create the flowering of man, the creation upon the vertical 8 and the horizontal 8, then you get 14, 40, 144 equals 9. And then when the mother rises within us, that uncoils 3.5 times. 360 times 3.5 uncoils is 1260. What are the numbers that dominate the book of Revelation? 1260 and 42. What's this magic about 42 and 1260? The only way that you can have 42 and 1260 come together is 42 times 30 equals 1260. And the 30 are the 30 degrees of separation between in the circle. So this is the zodiac. This is the clock, the time clock, the 12. So every 12 degrees. And so 12 times 30 is 360, 24 times 30 is 720, and 42 times 30 is 1260. And so she ran away from the city for 42 days into the wilderness, and she found a house prepared for her by God. And then for 1260 days, she took only nourishment from God herself. 9, which is divine, and take no thought for your life. I mean, so just everywhere you look, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9. It's the mechanics. And when you're talking about whether it's an electrical temporal wave, transverse wave, or a magnetic scalar wave, we measure energy waves in 8s, because there's 16, because there's 8 below and 8 above. So it's just, so you look at the sine wave, and there's 8 components below and 8 components above. And so when you look at those 8 components and measure them out, then you get the frequency of the particular wave. And electricity is scattered, it's all over the place, and it's a mess. But with the magnetic scalar waves, all 16 measurement points for a scalar wave are all at 9 hertz. That's a divine hertz. Then it's natural. And so if you take 16 components, 16 measurements of the scalar wave of magnetism, because scalar is magnetism. So the magnetic energy, that there are 16 components of 9 hertz, and they're all equal at 9 hertz. What is anyone? 144. Can't make this shit up. It just keeps happening. And the chosen number are the 144,000. You have to become magnetic. Jesus Christ was magnetism because he rose to God. And the only way you can rise, there's 2 energy sources: electricity, downward causation; magnetism rises to God in heaven. It's so clear. But you just have to be taught. You have to be taught the truth, not lies. So.
And it's like, it might seem complicated at first when you're first coming across it, but it really is quite simple. It's very, very, very simple. And that's the beautiful thing about the truth, and why I love it so much, is because I love simple things. I don't like going all complicated and having to explain many different avenues and whatever else. It's like, yeah, you can add color to it and add complexity to it, but really it's very simple. It's just goes back to this split choice: which direction you want to go, which direction you want to play in this game, and that's it. That's all there is to it.
I love the fact that there's no mistake. There is no mistake in what you just shared with us 4 times now, all in a different way, all with the same numbers. There is no mistake in any of it. Wow. And Eugene, your wheel, man, that was eye opener too. No mistake.
I mean, again, it's the one story. Wheel is just another word for will. It's the will of God. So, I mean, it can only say itself in so many ways, which is the four elements, the three phases or faces, which is, creator, preserver, destroyer. That's all energy ever does. That's why we have four elements, because that's how electricity works. And before I said electricity was beautiful, yeah, because it comes from magnetism and then dielectricity. And by the way, just a little nugget, people think that magnetism is attractive. It's actually dielectricity that's attractive, because you're returning to rest. So you're coming back to the center, and then that would be, I would say that's blue shifting, compressing. And then when you're coming out, repulsion is actually magnetism. But again, magnetism takes both forms of electricity. So it gets a little confusing, but it's simple.
It is simple.
Yeah. So do you feel, Eugene, that since Trump used MAGA, referencing magnetism, he's talking about that repulsive energy to repel these demons, these vampires, to get rid of all of these everything that's blocking us, keeping us from where we need to go. Be gone, demons, get behind me, Satan, kind of thing.
And
yeah, because you have aspects, Justin, right? Like it works both ways, attracting what we want, what we need, which is 0 point free energy, the Tesla towers, it's all free, never have to work. But it's repulsion, and it's repulsion of what we don't need, which is the middleman. The speech at Whirlpool factory where he was painted up gold, Ohio, the 17 states, 17, Whirlpool boxes, and they were all washing machines. And then it was, what was it? It was washer, lavuse, and lavadora in French and Spanish and English. And it was washing, because it's the three versions. So it's cleansing, the black magic spell. 3/17 is 51, which is their black magic. And then he's got 3 versions of the white spell, which is washing, clean the swamp, at the 17. It's 17 because 17 Whirlpool boxes, and he was in Ohio, which is the 17th state to enter the Union. And so 3 righteous 17th is 51. So you're exactly right, Justin. It is attraction, what we need, and it is repulsion to what we don't need. And, we were just talking about the symbology, Justin, of all of this. Guys, listen, remember the Q post 1440? Boom, boom, boom. A week to remember, dark to light, blackout necessary, Q. And if you think mirror and you reverse it right side up, it's a 44 Magnum.
Magnum, yeah.
Handgun in the world, and will blow your head clean off. So you got to ask yourself a question, punk. Do you feel lucky? Well, do you, punk? Because in all this confusion, I can't remember if I had 5 shots or 6 shots. So what's it going to be, punk?
Go ahead, make my day.
Make my day. It's just brilliant stuff. It's just brilliant stuff. And that's Q post 1440. But there's no plan. There's no plan. I mean, it's just, the cabal.
Yeah, that just reminds me of a Vladimir Putin quote, and I'm paraphrasing, where he talks about how it's not his job to judge a soul, but it is his job to send them to who will. So we got to get rid of these demons. It's not for us to harness, to hold on to any hatred or any of that. We don't need to hold on to any of that, but it is our dutiful job to be righteous and to get rid of all of these who have chosen this path to this extent. And if it requires a 44 Magnum, then so be it. That's the choice they've made.
That's the point of 1440. I mean, it's time to drop the hammer of the gun.
And also, yeah, exactly. It's not holding on. It's letting go. Is what we're doing here. It's letting go of illusion. And then you said, it's why did he choose MAGA? It's funny how hidden the word MAGA, as Charlie says, mag mother, and then father, is gamma. So the gamma wave is going to solve all our problems and cook these vampires. And I have a story for you guys. So I failed that Jesuit physics curriculum, but it's funny because you do it. Like, but anyway, it's funny how one time I quoted my physics teacher and I was like, okay, so this gamma wave, you say that it never disappears, it just exponentially gets smaller. Wouldn't that kind of like offset the scale of the universe if there's constantly gamma waves like eternally being created and never, I mean, even though it's, going in smaller, exponentially till it doesn't exist. Isn't this a problem? And she's just like she doesn't even know how to answer the question. And that's how I knew it's like, I'm not doing anything wrong, getting a bad grade here. So yeah.
Look at all the kids that did well in school. What did they do? They turned a blind eye to the fact that it's all bullshit and lies, and they just regurgitated it. So they're not smart, they're idiots, because they turned off their filter of what's right and wrong, what's truth and what's a lie, and then they went along to get along. And then they became the politicians, they became the lawyers, they became the doctors, they became the dentists, and everything that those groups practice is politicking. And politicking is multiple sucking of blood. They're vampires. And that's what dentistry does. That's what modern medicine does. That's what politicians do. They suck us dry in every way, in every way imaginable. They're blood sucking ticks. That's what they are. That's what the system is. And how do they get there? Because they turned a blind eye to the fact that this stuff is bullshit. And they just regurgitate it and get high grades. And we go, yeah, they're the smart ones. No, they're the fucking idiots.
Yeah, well, it's like that. The more degrees that someone has just means the better trained dog they are. To put it very bluntly, it's just you're a well-trained dog. Congratulations. That's all.
I used to tell them.
Yeah.
I used to tell them all the time, I'd do better to go major in a card game in the lobby at a student lounge. I'd tell the professors and teachers that all the time, and I'm like, this is a waste of everybody's time, not just mine. And y'all are lost.
Exactly. And perfect example that the smartest kid in that physics class, I was like asking him, how are you getting such a good grade, man? Like, tell me some of your secrets. How are you? And he would just look at every single past paper and memorize the answers. That's how he got an A in physics. That's how he, did so well. He would go back like a robot, like a mechanical piece of, and I'm here like, I don't have time for that. I got a life to live. So yeah.
That's just another form of MK Ultra.
It is. Absolutely, Mike. It is. So you see how everything is upside down? The people that we laud the most are the ones that we should not be lauding at all. And again, go through all of this, folks. How many athletes have stood up and have said, like, this world is insane, or that paying me, baseball player that hits 270 and has 18 home runs and 85 RBIs signs a 7-year deal for $110 million. And you don't have the balls to come forward and go, this is ridiculous, because I'm not that good. I'm not that good. I'm not that good historically. I'm not that good at all. And they just gave me 100. Something's wrong, folks. Something's wrong. But they never say anything. Why do you think athletes are paid that kind of money? Why do you think actors in Hollywood who are sniffing all around the truth and lies are paid all of that money? Because it's a bribe to say, go along with the game, or you can go back washing cars. Because if you're a professional baseball player and you don't want to take our bribe money to play baseball, you can go back and wash cars.
Yeah, what's the phrase? Is like lead or silver kind of choice. You can take the bribe, or they'll threaten your family or threaten you. That's what it comes down to when you sell your soul. You sign in that dotted line and say, I'll do whatever for the sake of self. The worship of self above all else. That's the slippery slope that always gets us into that,
At that level, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, if you don't have that understanding that, I have to always have consideration for those around me and what is happening. I can't just turn a blind eye to things. If you don't have that, then that's what allows this slippery, moral, relativistic slope to happen, where we're just turned into Satanists, one form or another. We're just turned into Satanists.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot different for some as it is others. Just like Charlie was talking about the athletes. I mean, you look at Kobe Bryant and the helicopter crash. Okay, you look at Tiger Woods and the car crash. I mean, those things had to happen to make them think that they were off the trail, you know? And when the truth comes to light, it's going to shock a lot of people to understand that these athletes and politicians and have been put through this and then went along with it and didn't make the choices that Kobe has made and didn't make the choices that the others have made. And wow.
Yeah, look, it says success. You're sucking the cesspool, the shit. And it's funny how you say that, because Charlie always says when these people come out and tell you themselves what system they were a part of and what the music industry, what the sports industry is doing, gosh, that's going to tear their illusion apart. But yeah, and that's why you don't succeed, because you're just sucking seed. You're sucking the system's ejaculated. Okay, you don't succeed. Run away from that. Competition kills. Charlie was playing a song today. I don't know which one it was, but competition is not the way.
What
No,
happened?
but you don't need competition when you have abundance, when you have this knowing that there's plenty for anyone at all times. There's no need to compete. There's enough. So it's just foolish to compete from that nature. You know, it's absolutely foolish. But since that's all we've been programmed, is this lack and this scarcity. So competition seems normal. It seems like, oh, it has to be this way. We have to have capitalism where we compete. But that's just another part of the false world that is falling away, has fallen away. We're just watching it crumble.
Yeah, and zero point energy is perpetual, abundant, and no one can claim any more than anyone else. No one can hoard magnetism. It's equal for everyone. So it is precisely God. And what happens when Elvis comes forward? What happens when MJ comes forward? What happens when Prince comes forward? Princess Diana comes forward about the royals. What happens when these things occur? It's wake up time for the masses. This is their ace in the hole. This is why the John Galting process is so important, because right now we may be 40%. Right now we may be 45% Trump percent, and we've still got to wake up to 55%. Well, we'll get the 50 of the 55% through this. Through this is how we'll get the other 50%, and then it's that 5% that are gonna rail against everything and will not awaken, and that's their choice. At the end of the day, we have to let them go. But that's how we're gonna get this 50% that's unwilling to change.
Yeah, thanks for that, Charlie. It looks like everyone's kind of leaving here. So we're gonna roll on back to our meeting spot. And I'm gonna hop on. Yeah, do you want to meet Charlie? Here's Kelly.
Charlie, hi Charlie, I'm Kelly.
Hi Kelly, wonderful to meet you.
Hi, are y'all live right now?
Yeah.
Oh, hi everybody. I want to meet you in person soon. So come everybody. Well, not everybody, but come Charlie and Colleen.
Well, it's the animals.
I don't think I can leave that.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
But thanks for all that you do. We appreciate you, Charlie.
Thank you for all that you do. Thank you for being there. As we've been saying to everyone, what you're doing is part of a miracle, and we all feel it. And you can't imagine the effect that you're having on so many, because you're boots on the ground. And you're not only boots on the ground for us, you're boots on the ground for God. And so in this most pinnacle and important of times, you're there. You're where you need to be. It's in Dallas right now where you need to be, and you are. That's, Justin, Aaron being there is just perfect. Colleen and I could not be more proud of them. It's just perfect. So for you being there, it's wonderful. This is, everyone in your family for generations will look back at you and they'll see you for what you are, which is a hero and a patriot.
God bless you. Yeah. Thanks for your inspiration, though. You inspired all of us.
You're so welcome. We love you.
Yeah.
Well,
you know how to do it.
We're heading out. We love you guys so much. Love you, Mike. Love you, Eugene. Yeah. Send Colleen some love as well. And we'll talk to you guys later. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Great job. So final thoughts, and we'll just put this baby to bed and let Mike get to bed. Final thoughts from everyone.
For me, it was and it has been, and it's going to continue to be moving right into not only Boom Week, but God's Boom Week as well. And that's why I prefaced everything while I go with, it's the greatest time to be alive. And we're going to be a part of seeing and living the greatest story ever told.
Exactly. That's so well said. And I agree. That's what I'm looking forward to as well. There's the hammer.
Yeah, I guess from me, just keyword beautiful, because if electricity is beauty, and we have to raise electricity, as Charlie always says, raise L. Be beautiful, in that word we have BAU, so be golden in the physical consciousness, full. So be full of consciousness in the physical with gold, and yeah, that's you. So stay beautiful.
Boom week. Come on. Boom week.
Yeah, that's right.
And for everyone who, once again, I'll say it one more time, Il Donato, whoever that is, I have no idea, but whoever Il Donato Trumpo is, he was insane today. So the tweets from that person today were off the charts, and his last 3 tweets were huge. They were huge. He used the word huge, not huge, huge, which is very, yeah, highly significant. So I think we're close, Mike. I really do.
Yes, sir. We're breaths away. We literally are breaths away. It's time to make sure you've made the call on which side you're going to choose. That's what this whole leading up to has been about. What are you going to choose? Charlie has shared so much love in his message the past 3 nights alone, let alone the whole entire time he's been on, that you hopefully choose right. And I know many of the people that are in Charlie's chat and follow Charlie, they have chosen right, and they're very enlightened, and very similar over at our chat as well, and our followers. Exactly right. But those of us that haven't made a choice yet, it's time. You're literally out of time to make a choice. Whether you're going to look in the mirror, center yourself, just like Charlie and Eugene were talking about, that center point. Center yourself and seek the face of God.
Yeah, thank you, Mike, for saying that. And remember, everyone, the book of Revelation tells you no longer have the luxury of trying to straddle the fence on both sides. If you don't make a choice, you're still making a choice, right? If you don't make the choice, that means you're in with the devil. So this is on you. This is on you. Right now, there is no room for the middle ground. You must choose, because this is all about right and wrong. All of the dualities, which are the extremities, one extreme to the other, but it's all about right and wrong. There's a right and there's a wrong to every single aspect of our duality, and you have to be on the right side. And if you don't choose, God will choose for you, because if you don't choose God, you choose Satan. That's on you. That's on you. And what you get is exactly what you need. There's no hatred from God or punishment. You get what you need. So if you're in denial, then maybe you need that steamy, fiery lake. But it's on you. It's entirely on you. You got no one to blame but yourself. And how about the significance of, the Q1440 drop, and the significance that essentially what they're showing is a 44 mag. You can't get away from this mag with these people. You can't get away from the mag. It's a 44 Magnum, most powerful handgun in the world. Will blow your head. It's perfect. I mean, this stuff is perfect. But there's no Q team. There's nothing going on. And I'll just quickly, as we end the show tonight, for everyone still listening, let me drop this on you. where the hell is Hillary Clinton? Where's Bill Clinton? If they're going to take over the world, right? If the cabal are running and there's no Q team and there's no plan, this is not a movie and Biden's really president, where did all these bad people go? Because there's only 15 politicians that you're seeing. There's only 15 actors in Hollywood that you're seeing. There's only 15 CEOs from these evil corporations that you're seeing. Where did everybody else go? If Hillary Clinton is so evil, where'd she go? Where's Barack Obama? Where's Big Mike? Where's Bill Clinton? Where did everybody go? Nobody stops. Seriously, you don't stop to think that one through. You know, I have to say it. I just think you're liars. I think you know for sure that the Q team exists, and I think you rail against it for whatever reason. Ultimately doesn't matter. You're taking money, you're not taking it. Doesn't matter, because the end result is that, you know, you're festering lies. And believe me, this applies to you as well, because this is MK Ultra. When you purposely lie to people that are desperately seeking the truth, this is for you, and you got no one to blame. There's no angry, hateful God. There's God saying, well done, you earned this. You worked hard to earn this, and this is your righteous, just reward. This is on you. Don't blame anybody else. This is on you. And your intuition inside tells you that you know that you're doing wrong. You know you are. And when you attack Mike and ML, and you know that it's not right. You know it's not right because you can see them and you know what they stand for. You know. So this is coming, and it's on you. You worked hard for it. Congratulations. You know, that's the beautiful thing with God, is you get what you earn in life. That's how this whole thing works. So it's righteous. It's always righteous.
I mean, it's perfect, because Mike said breath, you get what you give, right? You take what you, like, what you've given, you receive. And I'm pretty sure the Druze call their Bible the breath of God, or was it?
That's right. That's exactly right.
So it's just interesting. And that's all what magnetism is. It just ties in perfectly to what we're saying. Is it's just full reciprocation. It's in and out. It's inspiration. And then you breathe it back out. So I mean, Alan Watts, I know he's not the greatest guy, but he said one thing that's really nice. He said, you know, to truly receive, you have to truly give. And yeah, just great people like Charlie Santos, Josh X, Mike, was it another Mike, 48 Mike? You guys,
yeah.
So, yeah.
Okay, so we love you, everybody. Thank you.
Love y'all.
Hopping on again. Always you can just jump in, just let me know, and we love it. And Eugene, thank you so much. Everyone in the chat, you guys are amazing. You really are. We love you, and we'll see everybody again soon. Thanks for everything you do, and good night, everyone. Have a great sleep.